What's up, Dub Nation? I thought I would be a little bit late, right on time, and haven't gotten any comments yet, which is unusual. But maybe that's because I went right live right away. Let's go ahead and like our own video here. And then also pop out the chat. And we are here to, Parth. What's up, Parth? I'm going to put this chat way over here. It's right next to it. Yeah, let's do that. Parth, we're going to have Anthony Tsai on because Dean is not available tonight. He's working. And, oh, wow, what a trade we had today, didn't we? Hey, I've got a mirror behind me, so it's showing me twice. That's not good. Let me fix that. Let's see what we can do about it. There we go. Ooh, from Italy. All right, so we got to throw the poll up, right? We got to throw a poll up there. Just black or white. Do you like the CP3 JP trade? Just yes or no. Quite simple. Let's keep it simple for now. We'll get into the nuances later. We got a lot to talk about on that. Yeah, I'll give you my thoughts. Kind of waiting for Anthony to show up, but glad you could join us. Once Anthony shows up, I've got to hold on. Let me fix this angle. I don't like this angle very much. There we go. My back, I got a chunk of my cheek is missing here. My back, let's see. Weird how this works. In lieu of having Anthony here, I want to announce announcements. Can I spell announcements? We will have draft expert Doc Martin on for the GSW pick, then also Wiggins and Klay's trainers later, as well as Anthony instead of Dean. So remember that. Okay. Here's Adam Silver with the first pick, or are they on the clock? 2023 NBA draft. To the fans here in Brooklyn. He's just saying the welcome. Silver is. Shorten my screen. I'm trying to figure out the setup because, like I said, I moved from San Francisco. I'm currently in Sunnyvale. There we go. That's not bad. Sorry, guys. This is awful. Congratulations, Nuggets. I'm trying to figure out how to get the right angle. Where are you, Anthony? We need you, man. So Adam Silver's on the podium just saying hello to everybody right now. I know a lot of you guys are going to be outraged by this trade such as this, but I think it's important as we try to teach in life not to just always be outraged by everything, to say, oh, that's dumb or this and that. Is try to understand where people are coming from, because everybody's opinion and point of view is different, right? And we got to respect that, whether you're from another country, another upbringing, whether you grew up in a violent neighborhood, whether you whatever. The first pick belongs to San Antonio Spurs. Okay. They have 5 minutes, so we're officially on the clock, 5:05, which means the Warriors will pick around. What did I tell? I told Doc Martin to be ready at. Let me check my texts. 6. Don't know where Anthony is. Let's see. I'm going to read off what Dean told me. Man, this one's going to have a lot of opinions because there's a lot of people that don't like JP, stuff like that. By the way, if I open up my background, I just wrote an article literally minutes ago and that's why I was late. I think the Warriors are going to pick the best player available now because they can, now that Jordan Poole is gone and they replaced Poole with a veteran that you can play in the playoffs and Chris Paul. So now I think you pivot, and according to Eric G, he likes Nick Smith. So I'm rolling with him, and that's a lot of it has to do with putting your trust in experts. So so let me write in the timestamps: Doc Martin, Reid Ouse, Wiggins trainer, and Charlie Torres, Klay trainer, will join us later. Doc during GSW pick, which will be at. Hold on. Let me look up Doc Martin's email. Oh, crap. Maybe I don't have a Doc Martin. Okay. Sorry, guys. Obviously, Victor Wembanyama is going to get picked first, so there's not a whole lot to report at this moment in time. There is a lot to discuss and get your feelings out about the Jordan Poole CP3 trade, but obviously we had to pivot. Eric G from NBADraft.net, which is right here. Guess who they have? So they used to have Trace Jackson. Now we've changed it to Nick Smith, baby. And Nick Smith used to be a top 5 high school pick. I think he's got a bright future. I mean, we could get a potentially top 5 guy at 19, top 5 in the future, So that kind of fills in what Jordan Poole is going to leave, which is not really a bridge from Steph to the next era. Well, now you've got a guy. So now Kuminga and Moody step up to become the pillars, and maybe Nick Smith, or maybe it's Jordan Hawkins. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that when Doc Martin comes on. So Adam Silver at the 5-minute mark says Spurs on the clock. And then we're talking about the 8-minute mark right now. Polling the audience on the Poole-Paul trade. Understanding all angles, respecting why decision makers decide on what they do, and also I forgot what my thought was, but with the what we think the pick is going to be, which we think is going to be Nick Smith, pivoting that way and understanding why they would pivot like that. But we'll get more info. Mike Dunleavy is unlikely to talk about this on the podium after the draft is done, because this deal will not be official until July 6th, which means it's really in next year's salary structure. So let's take a look at us. When we say this deal will be announced July 6th, it means that all of these numbers in this column right here are going to start counting. So you match the 30 million of Chris Paul with the 27, 28 of Jordan Poole. And by the way, Ryan Rollins is in there. So we free up a roster spot. So that's nice. And, kind of feels like we gave Washington a lot, but I think that's just the price that you have to pay in comparison to where the other thing that nobody's talking about is that you never know. CP could have gone to LA, whether it's the Clippers or the Lakers. And now we took him away from them. So that's something to remember. There's Anthony. What's up, Anthony?
What's up, Rich? How's it going?
Great. What a day.
What a day.
Silver's going to make Wemby official right here.
The San Antonio Spurs select Victor Wembanyama.
There you go.
Can you guys hear that? Were you able to hear
I can
that?
hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll go in and out like that sometimes.
All right.
So one thing no one is talking about is that acquiring CP3 means LAC or LAL does not acquire him. So there's that part of it too. Again, we're going to kind of have that theme, as we always do with Let's Go Warriors, where I just don't get outraged by stuff. I just try and understand where people are coming from, no matter how mad they are. And remember, the people that are outraged are coming from somewhere as well. So there's a lot of facets to this. Just try and understand that. But okay, yeah, we're going to get a lot of, we need a big man. We don't need Chris Paul. We need Steven Adams.
That's breathe. That's just breathe.
I disagree that we need Steven Adams specifically. And that you can't just throw out names. Remember, I don't mean to pick on you. Who does he play for? Memphis? Let's look for
Memphis.
Look at his salary. 12
He's
million.
Sitting on I
don't want to pay a guy 12 million just for, what Steven Adams brings. I can't really pay a guy that much more, like more than Looney. It's like
not on our team.
Get Kevin Love at a veterans minimum. At that point, I would rather have freaking Dwight Howard, even though I've tried to stop people from saying he's so slow, you know what I mean? Not 12 million.
Not 12. Not on our team.
Ryan B, congratulations. Ryan is a San Antonio, and so he gets Wemby. Next up, this number 2 pick is actually pretty intriguing because do they go with best player available in terms of Scoot Henderson being built like a linebacker at 6'2" and handling the ball? Or do they go with Alabama's Brandon Miller, who is more of the archetype of the wing? Now, it's just that you don't get this many opportunities to draft a guy like Scoot Henderson. Not that Brandon Miller is a bad pick in and of itself. So
I agree.
It'd be interesting.
Yeah, it's either a three level scorer, has size, wing, or like a absolute elite guard. We'll see. It'd be intriguing.
Looking ahead, 3 is going to be either or. 3, and then it becomes the Thompson twins. So these are pretty. These next ones are pretty established, like all the way up until Lively. So all of these, look at all these 3-and-D guys. Look at all of them. There's going to be possibly, if Scoot goes 2, you could have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 7 straight wings go. That's nuts. And then you still have another wing in Koulibaly. I don't know why. I thought his name had two B's instead of two L's the other day. But anyways, it is officially fixed. So looking ahead to those, I'm thinking once we figure out who's number 2, then I can have you go talk about what you think about the Jordan Poole trade.
Mhm.
And then while you do that, I can tweet out our link, put it on
Okay.
Instagram, and also contact Doc Martin and Klay's trainer, Charlie, Wiggins' trainer, Reid. Do all these things behind the scenes, get that ready. And so I think coming up, what I'd like you to do is just tell the world your thoughts on Jordan Poole. And we've already kind of talked about it through email. So just go ahead and do that. And then if you have time, squeeze in what Dean Chambers had to say, because he texted me and I said, all right, why don't we have Anthony read out your thoughts on it? So I'm going to send you the second paragraph that Dean sent me.
Okay.
So I just texted that to you that you can read off while I'm doing work on the side. I think number 10 is going to be huge, or whenever Derek Lively gets picked, because Dallas, they want to trade this. They want a veteran star now. So this is going to be a really interesting pick. Do they go Lively or Koulibaly? So up until that point, I think it'll be sort of a less intriguing than usual. So that's when you can talk about that. And I was going to say one more thing, but I think that's enough to give you to give your thoughts on Poole, the Poole CP3 trade. Oh, go through the comments. Go through.
I got you.
As we're waiting for Adam Silver to announce the number 2 pick, let me go through some of these comments. Kimberly Moody's shocked. Yeah, I'm still in shock.
I think we are.
Oh, you know what? There is a video of Chris Paul. Let me look it up.
They just posted his reaction saying, I think he also said he just talked to Steph about it.
Yeah, Scott Fowler, who writes about the Charlotte Hornets. He's Charlotte based, so he had to get a hold of Chris Paul right here. Let's roll this.
I'm excited. I got that question I don't know how many times already, so I'm really excited.
You spoke with Steph, it sounds like, already, and how did that go?
It was good. Yeah.
What do you think your role will be on that team?
To help us win games.
You hear Scott Fowler's Charlotte accent? Role on that team. What do you think your role is on that team? But anyway, so I put the link in the description, which will be copied to the comments later. But it's Scott Fowler. That's all we really have from CP so far. Someone on Twitter said Jordan Poole unfollowed Draymond. All right, here's number 2. Oh boy.
The Charlotte Hornets.
Oh boy.
Brandon Miller.
Okay.
Okay.
Goes as normal. Because they had Brandon Miller and they had Scoot Henderson in for a late workout just a couple days ago. All right. I'm going to let you take over. Where are we with, let's see, what should we put in the background? Let's put our salary cap table. So go ahead and let the world know what you think about the Poole trade, and then you can tell the world what Dean thought about it, and then go comments.
Okay.
So
I can start with what Dean thinks about if that's fine, because I think he was really thoughtful on what happened, what boiled down this afternoon. So basically, Dean said he still is a Poole fan, and whether you like it or not, he definitely was like a huge piece of helping us winning in 22. And I think the saga at the start of last season definitely affected the Poole-Green relationship, and what ultimately I think is a factor of Poole leaving. and this trade happening. Yeah, I think that's Dean thought about this trade, and also he thinks this CP3 move is interesting, but while this is probably like more of like a vet move to try to get this Steph more help, and match like the timeline, like the first timeline people like to say. But I think with this deal, Dean also thought that it may help with re-signing Draymond Green back. And also Dean thought there has to be some more moves upcoming to complete maybe our off-season moves. And so the Warriors now only have 115 million guaranteed of the year 2024 to 25. And I think with this move, they open up like a bunch of space to not only avoid I think what they called it the second apron, but maybe that's for them to have more flexibility and I guess more moves next offseason. And that's what Dean has for us for now. And I think for me, when I saw this trade, so I was actually at work, and then I was just about to get a coffee just on a break, and I almost dropped it when I saw the news. And I'm still digesting it, honestly. Just because he, like I told you before, I think he was pretty much the last person I think we would really trade. In terms of, I think, on the court fit and off the court fit, just first thought.
Oh, and also, sorry to interject, Dunleavy on the podium
Exactly.
saying we expect him to be here 4 more years. What a curveball, baby.
Exactly.
Of course, we don't know. Maybe you would think that his group, including Kirk Lacob, Kent Lacob, said, guys, come up with ideas on how we can improve this team. Somebody came up with CP3 to watch CP3 this whole time. So I don't think it was like, I leave him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe on that day he really did think Poole was going to stick around. So
yeah, and I'm definitely not mad at Dunleavy saying that, since you don't want to give out all your cards in a press conference to announce to everyone we're going to trade who, just so I think this in a word of negotiation that probably doesn't serve you well. But I think also with this trade, it'd be very interesting to see how Dunleavy moves. I'm very intrigued by how he moves forward this offseason. I'm kind of not excited, but yeah, intrigued for sure. And yeah, I think also, yeah, but back to CP3. Initially, I definitely questioned the motive of this move, as I think Dunleavy said it too. We kind of wanted to address some size and shooting problem, and CP3 isn't exactly that. But he did. I think he did address having him did address. I guess the second unit or the non-Steph minutes, if he can manage to run more for a second unit. Although he plays, I think, pretty much a complete different style from what we do here with all the motions. It's pretty much more of ball in his hands most of the time. But I think I trust him to control the floor pretty well whenever Steph is on the court or off the court. Actually, it's just we just gotta keep him healthy. Like, I think Slater tweeted that the medical staff, if Paul were to remain on our roster, I think the medical staff would definitely work closely with him to sort of work out like the auto plan to keep him healthy until the playoffs or in the deep run. So I think that would also be an interesting thing to see. And but it's from a position standpoint, I think it's interesting that they would trade a young guard for an old guard. I think it's interesting. Where is Portland? Okay, Portland gets good, so that's cool. On that
like button, 70 concurrent, only 20 likes.
Let's get it up. Rich, do you think we would have any movement to be involved to get like into the top 10 or something? Would that happen probably? Or you think we're just gonna?
Well, I did write on the website before this article, meaning last night and this morning, it published at 7 a.m, that it didn't make sense we would move up unless you're getting somebody like Scoot, which they're not going to give up. So then what would it be like, Amen Thompson? And we discussed that on Monday with Eric on this channel. And it's just like, Kuminga is going to be great this season. Last offseason, remember he sprained his ankle in the Congo. In Africa, at the FIBA Africas.
Yes.
For playing for the Congo. We were here live. We were watching his game, and then I think we missed one game because they had to like forfeit that game or something. And then another game, Kuminga was injured, so he didn't even play. And then it was an AAU game. It was turnover after turnover, just slop. It was slop. And so that didn't really count as development. And then we went to Japan, the Warriors did, and everything, we had the ring night and everybody was still hungover from the ring. And then the Draymond punch, of course, deflating situation. So to me, Kuminga is sort of untouchable. I think he's going to be great and be a pillar of the franchise, and he'll rebound. So,
yeah, I think with draft night tonight, I think it's not just like on the court who you are as a player. I think who you are as a person, as a whole, is also important. I think when it comes to drafting a young guy, I think Kuminga definitely has. I like where he's coming from and how he has to get to where he is right now. And I think what he has to go through, it's definitely harder than what he's going through right now, I think. Although I'm not saying that what he's going through right now is easy. I think he has seen everything for him. So I think he'll definitely come back stronger. And I agree with you. I'm not, unless it's Giannis coming in, I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up an elite wing whose eyes can parallel the rim when he jumps. I'm not giving up, and plays great POA defense.
All right. Why don't you catch up on some of the comments? And I need to tweet out our link here. Let's see, it's over here. Oh, okay, I know where it is. Let me see if I can get to some of these. Yeah, there's a lot of scenarios. I know Parth is saying, what about Kristaps Porzingis? And it's like, well, okay. I mean, I don't know if I want to sit here and dissect that one, because we're going to come right back around to it, which is life. You can't have it all. That's basic. I know that sort of is a way out of everything, but that's my whole point of doing this channel, is just to have happiness and be gratitude and have gratitude rather than, oh, we should have done this, we should have done that. It's more like, all right, Mike, I mean, you're our GM, so I'm with you. Let's go and let's roll. And it was,
exactly.
It doesn't mean that I don't like Poole. It doesn't mean that I, have actually analyzed the deal, and you just kind of have that trust. It is fun. It is more fun this way. It always is fun to have a new piece, especially a Hall of Fame level guy like CP3 come in, and just imagining how that works in the Warriors offense, which I actually have no problem with. I can definitely see on paper an improvement in the playoffs. Like things are
Absolutely.
getting a little stagnant. You need a little toughness. Yeah, he's 6'1", but he's a tough 6'1". And you're not getting around him that easily, even though he's 38, 39. What is he, 39?
38 in May, I
38?
think.
So anyway, okay, yeah, it's easier now to get around him, but I think I would still rather have CP out there on defense. Now I would say that I think Poole would have improved by next playoffs. So I wanted to run it back. I just keep the same team. But remember when I said I wonder, because when the Beal Porzingis deal went down, I was thinking, well, does Dunleavy feel like he needs to do something big now in this era of the NBA? So I think that question now is completely answered for me now. Is that when you have a championship caliber team, you got to be making some moves. You can never stand pat. Look at Boston.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of Boston fans, because I follow Keith Smith very closely,
Keith Smith.
CBA stuff, he was echoing a lot of guys that were saying, oh, and there's a lot of journalists, good journalists that are Boston, not fans, but yeah, fans, but they lean more towards Boston, whether it's Michael Pena with the Rangers. They all kind of gravitate towards the Celtics because they're East Coast. And Celtics are the crown jewel of the East Coast, right? And
Exactly.
they were thinking, let's just run it back.
Mm-hmm.
They were like, okay, how do we keep Grant Williams? And okay, yeah, and then Jalen's going to get a fat deal. Nope. Brad Stevens, nah. I'm moving some big check. I'm moving my queen over here and, my knights over there. These aren't little odd moves, right, on the chessboard. And I'm getting the sense that the NBA is getting more towards like the NFL, kind of like that, where you're kind of making these big moves in the offseason, bringing in some big names, and you decide to spend, and you're like there. So you just kind of go for it. And you never run it back anymore because maybe the season's too long to do that. And we saw how, we kind of struggled a little bit, even just mentally just running it back. And I'm talking about our best players, Steph, Klay, and Dray. It's just that even they need kind of like something to get them excited about it. So I think that's where the NBA is heading. And this deal kind of reinforces my original notion. Of course, the day after that, Dunleavy took the podium, and basically all of our interpretation was, oh, we're running it back, right? But no, we're not. So I think the new NBA is that you don't run things back necessarily. Even the Celtics, after losing to us, they added Brogdon, and people forget about Gallo.
Mm-hmm.
And that was like pretty significant change. And now they're making another significant change, even though it's still within they love big shooters. But yeah, I mean, Parth, on the surface, Parth brings up a good point. Maybe we should have got, try and go after Porzingis as well. But, we didn't, and I'm still going to roll with whoever we got, and I'm not going to dwell too much on the what ifs.
We move.
It'll drag you down if you think of the what ifs too much.
Exactly. We haven't even got to our pick.
Yeah.
Let's see what we do.
a la the NFL and not running things back. I'm just putting notes in the comments. All right, I still got to tweet out our. Do you? Oh, I don't think you have the ability to highlight comments. So why don't you just go scroll back through the comments all the way back to.
Okay.
Let's see. Parth mentions, yeah, long term it gives us more flexibility. Yep. So Dean should have called and said, I think Dean's situation at work is difficult with that. In fact, I wanted to get Dean out to Vegas Summer League, but he's unable to do it because the job situation. So who just got picked? Amen.
I have no idea.
Yeah, Amen
Who's
goes to
who?
Houston. Next
Okay.
up is Detroit, and you
Detroit.
wonder who they'll pick, if it's going to be his brother.
Probably.
But there's a bunch of wings here, and this is not the actual draft. I guess I should put the actual draft here, NBA.com. So why don't you go through the comments and just talk about each one of them?
Okay.
Let's see. NBA draft. It's right up here. Full draft board.
Hey.
There we go. There we go.
Amy. Amy's here.
All right, I got to tweet out our thing. Here we go. We're going to have Doc Martin on again at 6:45 p.m. or so. I can't wait to hear if Doc feels the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. What you got in the comments? You seeing any? Go through the comments like one by one and acknowledge people's comments if you could answer them in case they have anything to say. So far, where are we at with the poll? 50-50. Oh my gosh, it is literally 50-50 after 137 votes. That's not bad. I would tilt it a little bit. I'd just say yes, just out of loyalty to the Warriors. Just like I just okay, GM, whatever, let's go. It's kind of like that. I'm just that way. Let me get a tissue paper. Be right back. All right, next selection. Yep. I don't think it's Ausar Thompson. I think it's Ausser. But
Ausser.
I don't know. I just read that somewhere. Thought it was Ausser Thompson. Someone let me know. Somebody draft Parth. Parth probably knows. Okay. Where are we at in the comments? Just say hello to everybody if you could, Anthony. Just go up to start with Dean Chambers.
Yo, Dean.
Havoc.
Checking in.
Say hello to Havoc while I go tweet.
Anthony.
Doc
Another
Martin.
Anthony checking in too. Bruce. Another Dean. Parth checking in.
Ah. All right. Cool. Dub Nation still brings up the little emoji on Twitter. Okay. Let's look at this. Here, Anthony, I got to do a screenshot. So smile. Got exactly 50 concurrences. Pretty cool number. Boom. And send that to myself on Twitter, and let's get that over with. There we go.
Yes, Joaquin mentioned this non-Steph minutes. I think bringing in CP definitely will address part of that.
Yeah.
I think they will work it out. We got a first ballot Hall of Famer coming off the bench to lead the second unit. I think that will be something interesting and cool. Maybe elite too.
Oh, here you go. I can pass this up real quick, but here we go. Sorry. I would say Havoc. I want to say, I don't know that it's all in per se. We do still have Moody, JK, and whomever we're drafting. Which came to mind. Can't wait until Adam Silver goes, we have a trade. Of course, it'll be here on Twitter before that happens. But so maybe not totally all in, Havoc, but I get your point. Totally get your point. All right, now I'm definitely gonna go tweet this out. What else are people seeing? I know Rick Celebrini. Rick Celebrini, we don't do that deal. Yeah, it did have me shook too. I was just like, man, I'm still kind of in shock. I'm still trying to process this thing.
Mm-hmm.
What's
Bruce
your Twitter handle again?
I don't really use Twitter, to be honest.
Oh, all right, good.
I just kind of search up whatever I want and then just go in and.
Oops, I did tweet it already. My fault.
Bruce mentioned whether CP3 is ready for like a lesser role, maybe more leading the second unit, coming off the bench, maybe not finish games. Maybe he is. Maybe. Hopefully he is.
Anthony Black goes number 6.
Okay.
Let me see how NBA drafted. They did it. They're so good. Oh my gosh, I tell you. Aaron Smith, Eric G, and all the guys that run this, they're so good at what they do. Because this could have been, Taylor Hendricks. He's 6'9", a little bit taller. So on and so forth. Wemby shook his entire arm. That's hilarious. I missed it. Bring CP off the bench. Yeah. Yep. So that's why I feel like the 19th pick becomes that more important. We can pick a best player available type guy.
Now, yeah.
And, I go back to this again. Eric G wants Nick Smith. And if Eric G wants Nick Smith, I want Nick Smith. It's kind of that thing where he's the expert. He's the one that saw Nick when he was a top 5 high school player. And then, and I wrote this in here, it was just last September and October when Nick Smith was still in the top 5 of this draft. He got a knee injury. I'm basically paraphrasing the article, which is right here. He was a top 5 high school prospect, was in every top 5 in the 2023 draft. You know, this is a guy, Eric G is our resident expert on the draft. This is what he does. While we're watching Warriors games, he's watching high school
He's scouting
games.
them. There you go.
So if he's excited about the chance to get Nick Smith, and every draft board that I look at, they all have Nick Smith falling down beyond 19, being available at 19 because of the knee issue. And again, sustained a knee injury, came back the last third of his season and was very sporadic, thus hurting his stock. So, yeah, just getting back to losing Poole as a great talent. So you're trading Poole for a guy who is going to be behind Poole on the timeline, but possibly in the same timeline as that. Different type of player from what I've read. I haven't watched any highlights, but from what I've read, Nick Smith is a slasher, can get by anybody, that kind of thing. You kind of start thinking maybe a not as athletic John Morant type, like can really get by you real quick and then stop on a dime and hit a jumper. So that part's different from Ja. So let that be the last Ja comparison. It's just that I don't really, I'm just thinking off the cuff. Now the other guy that we might pick is Jordan Hawkins, if this is the route that we're going. Because if we needed a draft for need, you got Kris Murray, Brandon Podziemski, Jaime Jaquez, who's a defensive specialist, pretty much ready to go. I mean, he's in the green room tonight, these guys. By the way, Draymond's trainer is training Olivier Maxence Prosper. So we can get some real insights on him if he gets picked as a wing. But then there's Ben Shepherd, whose draft stock went up. But the guy that we really liked was Trace Jackson Davis, who isn't even on here anymore, is he?
I think end of the first round, 27, 28.
They completely left him off of. Oh, there he is. Sorry,
49.
He's going to Denver. Denver's really picking a role player, right? They're kind of like us. So he's pretty solid. Now we think it's going to be Nick Smith or Jordan Hawkins. Indiana Pacers. Coulibaly. Oh, wow. The 7th pick. He rose very high. 10 was going to be high for Coulibaly. And by the way, Eric G has been, his specialty is French players. So this is his draft. He must be really proud because he saw Coulibaly really rise over the last few weeks. And he saw him when early on, we talked about that on Monday. But anyways, Jordan Hawkins, I can see why we would pick him because he would be the heir apparent to Klay Thompson.
To Klay.
We all know what he did. We know what he did in the NCAA finals.
We know who he is, yes.
And I quoted Sam Vecini here from The Athletic, just a lot of attributes of a shooting guard that work particularly well in the Kerr system. So it'll be kind of exciting, don't you think, that we would
exactly.
It sounds like it's a pretty good trade on paper if you're going to swap out Poole but bring in, and I know it's not a fair, suddenly in these two guys that would be higher on any other draft. Like next year, Jordan Hawkins would be higher than what they have at 13. Nick Smith would be higher.
Absolutely.
The fact that it's such a deep draft up here, it's so deep, and Coulibaly going at 7, they didn't even think he'd go at 7, right? Everything, all this talent gets masked up. That leaves a lot of talent going down for us this year. So people that were like, oh, I think we should trade out and, get a veteran, this, that, and the other thing, or just not have to pay for that 19th spot this year. I disagree. I brought it up a lot of times on here that this is a deep draft. That's my rebuttal for people saying that we should trade out is, but wait, we got this. We have a lot of talent that can go down to 19. Not ready yet now, but in the future. So you're thinking, okay, so basically now that we've changed our strategy, pull out CP3 in, that means now we can go, instead of get Trace Jackson Davis to back up Looney, who wasn't going to have a high ceiling anyways. Like him becoming Looney would be great, but like Nick Smith become, the next Monta Ellis. You know what I'm saying? This is the type of guy. I should send that. Well, if we do pick Nick Smith, I'm going to ask Eric G, would you make the comp that he's like Monta Ellis? Because right now, 6'5", 185, point guard, shooting guard, kind of skinny. Reminds me of Monta Ellis, all the things that I'm reading. That wouldn't be that bad. You're basically getting Monta Ellis all over again, 1 year older. That's kind of exciting. So yeah, part of it also is just kind of moving on with pull the best. Believe me, I more than anyone also probably tied with Dean and yourself, just like we want to see him succeed and become.
Oh, he will
make no mistakes in the playoffs that he did. Like, okay, yeah, bad turnover. I wanted those to go away, and I believed that those will go away.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that we'll never go down that, multiverse anymore. We're now this way, so I just go all in on the path that we've been told to go.
Oh, Woj just tweeted, Pacers are trading Koulibaly to the Wizards.
Oh my gosh.
Damn.
What a move for Washington. So the Pacers, what are they going to get?
Interesting.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
So
Festus, please tell me what the Wizards are doing. Stop it, Festus. Festus, you stay being a player. You don't do this stuff. It's like, to me, it's like, duh. To get Koulibaly, that's a damn good move for a team that's rebuilding. That's what you do.
Yeah.
You acquire young talent. It's just like OKC. I would tweet back, but I'm just not. And Festus obviously is one of the most positive people on earth, along with us. I've wanted him to come on here in case he doesn't get picked up by NBC Sports Bay Area. Let's get you on here for a little bit, because I think it's they're not allowed to do that. Unless of special cases, like I've been on the beat with Monty Poole, so he's my buddy. So I make an exception for that, but makes sense to me.
Yeah, so Indiana and Washington are swapping.
Okay.
Basically.
Let's see where Washington's at. They're way down here, aren't they? 35. Jarris Walker.
Yep.
They had him going at Indiana here. So Cam Whitmore drops from the NBA Draft Net. Oh, man. A lot of good stuff. A lot of exciting things to talk about.
Exciting night.
Yeah. Okay, so next up is, keep an eye on that Twitter for us.
Absolutely.
Need to put this next to the Twitter icon. Garrison Myles playing defense. I think a lot of a lot of Warriors Twitter, and including Parth, would love to see Myles Turner in a Warriors uniform. I'm getting the sense, especially with this move, and this tweet right here. Like Mark Schindler, he certainly knows more about the Pacers than I do, even though he's more NBA draft type stuff. I don't really know him that well. But to me, it seems like the Pacers have been reluctant on moving Myles Turner. So
he had a good season.
I don't know that they want to move off of him, which makes it harder for the Warriors to acquire.
Right.
So pretty soon, it's going to be some old news. Of course, his contract is going lower and lower. Interestingly enough, we saw this on Monday. Dean and I took a look at Myles Turner's. It's still $20 million.
Interesting.
But yeah, it's basically $20 million. But it went from 35 to 20. I think in the Steph Curry era, it's just really going to be hard to justify this. And when I say Steph Curry era, I also mean Klay and Draymond. Right? How do you, and Wiggins, it's just really hard to fit something this big into that. Of course, we fit Kris Paul into that. So I guess you're saying should have gotten that instead of Kris Paul. Huh. Man, yeah, that can be debated, but the fact is that the ball's going to be in Steph and Kris Paul's hands late in a playoff game. So there's that. But good to bring up. Seems like Myles Turner is always brought up. So on Myles Turner, maybe the Pacers never really wanted to part with him. Also late in games, we'll have CP3 with the ball. You know, indirectly though, has anybody mentioned this? Doesn't this, with CP handling the ball late in the game? Granted, with CP3 on the team, now here's some interesting what ifs. CP3 on the team, maybe we never get to a game 7 Sacramento where Steph is basically handling the ball pick and roll every single time. But then also, what about in the playoffs? You know, game 5, 6, 7. CP3's handling it late in the game. Does that extend Steph's career? Is that enough to extend his career?
And less turnovers.
True.
For the better.
Oh,
for the better
true.
at times. I think they'll work it out. I think there are too many Hall of Famers on the team for it to not work. I think their capabilities. And I think what's been underestimated is also the in-game adjustments. I think Kris Paul may bring to the table. Maybe he will see something that he can make the team adjust in real time. I think that just adds a layer to what we can do. Although he's really old. Yeah, but I trust Rick to keep it together. I trust Dr. Celebrini to keep it together.
Oh, the other thing about Jordan Hawkins, because you were talking about that, and I was thinking, oh, well, we probably need a backup point guard, a backup to the backup for sure, right? So the backup to the backup could be Jordan Hawkins if he's available.
I don't hate
it. Don't know if Nick Smith is ready for that. Hawkins being a sophomore has a little bit more seasoning. You know, he wasn't injured, so he played, and he played a lot of tournament games. What is that? 5 tournament games, maybe 4. So Jordan Hawkins could be the backup to the backup, you know, on the away back-to-back games, right? So for away back-to-backs, we'll need that backup PG. Hi, Jerome. Is that Jordan Hawkins? Maybe Nick Smith isn't ready yet. And when did I talk about? I'm just going to go ahead and text Eric and see if there's a Monta Ellis comp. Of course, I haven't seen him play, so I wouldn't know. Let's see. Oh, here we go.
And also, maybe Kris Paul will bring us more foul calls too. Now that he's on the team, might as well just chime in.
Oh,
Hate that.
Eric G is saying it could be Podziemski because that's what Draft Express has right now. So
he's also in. Is that the Santa Clara guard?
Yep.
Podziemski? Yeah, he's also intriguing.
Where are we in the draft right now? Oops. Okay, so where are we now in the draft?
Utah selects Taylor Hendricks.
All right, Taylor Hendricks.
There you go. Nice.
So here's the big one, as I said before, number 10. Will Dallas go with Derek Lively?
Next.
Okay. Oh, I forgot to DM Eric. Okay. Okay. What else? What do we got in the comments? Anything exciting?
Just more CP3 flopping. I think now that he's on our team, might as well just teach our young guys a thing or two. Yeah, Dean mentioned the Wizard Pacer dealing might be another Trey Luka situation.
Say that one more again.
Dean in the comments mentioning this Wizards Pacers deal by swapping Black and Koulibaly. Maybe another Trey Luka scenario.
Maybe another trade. What scenario?
Trey Luka. Remember the Mavs and the Hawks? They also swapped their picks after after Mavs drafting and Trey and the Hawks getting Luka. They swapped with each other. That'd be interesting. Be something interesting to monitor. Okay, let's see what Dallas is up to.
What does Twitter say? Update that real quick.
Okay, I think Dallas and OKC is doing something.
Good trade for Dallas. Gets off the Bertans contract.
The Thunder.
Let's go take a look at that. Go to Dallas right here. So Bertans is out. He was making $17 million. Good Lord.
I know.
Okay. Pacers receive. Okay, no, that's the other one. Where's the Bertans one? Oh, there we go. They're trading number 10 and Bertans to the Thunder. Freaking Thunder.
They
Man,
need
not only do they have tons and tons of picks, but they have supreme talent now with Derek Lively to that.
wow.
I mean, a very, very balanced squad now. Scary balanced. Scary, scary balanced squad.
They're gonna be good.
That's not even fair, man.
They're a good team.
They're the best young team out there.
One of the best for sure. Yes.
You love to see maybe them against what's another good young team? Memphis.
Yeah,
Wow.
Memphis.
That's crazy.
Wow. They got Ched.
Yeah, I
both
know.
Jalen
Right?
Williams, Giddey, Shea. Jeez.
That was really the only piece they were missing was a center. You know, it's got to be Lively. It's got to be Lively. Training number 10.
Gotta be.
Wow.
Wow.
Dude. Oh, man. If
Yeah,
you have
a
a pass,
man.
you got to have OKC on there. Wow. So wait, what did Dallas get in the deal?
Yeah.
Dallas takes over the 12th pick. Okay.
Okay.
So they're going to get like a Cam Whitmore or something like that.
So
And he's built like a linebacker too. He's like Donovan Mitchell. 6'7". My goodness. So Cam has dropped. Koulibaly moved in. Wow. That's what makes the draft fun, just imagining all these lineups and stuff. Oh, man, it takes so long to post on Instagram and Twitter. But oh well. It's kind of cool. J Mike reposted us on Instagram.
I saw.
I wonder if he's going to stay.
I hope
Yeah, I'm
he
going to
stays.
stay because Let's Go Warriors wished us happy birthday. Wished me happy birthday. And that was really cool. Nah, that would be my dream.
First thing he says in the presser when he comes back.
Yeah, that'd be
All right. Pick us in for the 10th. Let's see.
Oh, yeah. He's late on the Adam Silver's announcing the Pacers trade. So they got Shams not to spoil. Is that right? We knew that Woj wasn't going to spoil. They must have paid him.
I think
Here's
or
$1 million bucks, Shams. Shut the hell up. Okay. What? Kason Wallace.
Oh, what?
That's for OKC. What? Guard?
What?
Wait a minute. Why would they do that? They've already got Shea and Giddey in the backcourt.
And they got another Jalen Williams.
What?
What?
Wait, to the Mavs, but they're trading the 10.
Yes, so he's going to OKC.
He's got to be this. Why is this guy not knowing that?
What?
He's going to OKC, huh? Maybe he just doesn't know. I don't know. You'd think. Let's update. 10th overall pick. There it is. Move up to select Kason Wallace. What? I thought for sure it'd be Lively. Okay.
I thought so too. Okay.
Don't know what's going on there, but that's where you kind of go, okay, let's wait and see, sort through this. Yeah, Hoops Wire saying that. Strange. Best on-ball perimeter defender in the draft. Okay.
Okay.
All right, then.
Has some defense.
That's Billis saying that, huh?
I think the concern for Lively is definitely his offense that maybe some of these teams just don't like. That he doesn't really have a bag per se.
Yep. Let's update here. There it is. Shams is spoiling it. They're selecting Jet Howard, number 11.
Okay.
Okay. I just didn't see the number 10 one unless he said it before that. Let's see. Nope, he did not announce.
He didn't tweet about it.
Oh, 8 minutes ago.
Oh.
Yeah, he is spoiling it. We should just keep an eye on just put Shams in one, his own.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, this is my old tweet. I want to keep that up. Let's see. Twitter.com, Shams Charania. It's almost time to bring on Doc. And when we bring on Doc, we'll have you go back to the bench, so to speak, because it looks a little better when there's only 2 rather than 3,
sure.
As we learned from the Eric G one. And also, I messed up. I was supposed to send Eric the link through his email so he could go on his laptop, and I failed to do that. So that's why when we had Eric G, unfortunately, it was not the best format. All right, let's. Oh, KVNG Anthony's here.
Yes, sir.
Can we afford a mascot? I don't think we're getting a mascot, to be honest with you. It's just that because out of respect to Sadiki Fuller, RIP, he was our mascot as Thunder way back in the day. He passed away. It's one of those things, just like Steph wearing the purple shoes. Just let it be. And that's my opinion on it. Of course, right this minute, Lacob might be thinking, oh, we need a mascot. I don't know. So, but as long as we don't have a mascot, I'm cool with it just out of respect for Sadiki Fuller. And it's kind of just a touchy thing, it doesn't make good business sense. I think it would be cool to have little, mascot paraphernalia at the Warriors store, and it would probably sell out.
Right. Be fun.
Let's see.
Okay. Orlando.
Dean mentioned, oh man, I got to hit up Dean. Why reference an article when you already thought it? Just because you didn't write an article doesn't make the article the thing to refer to. It's you. Ed Howard goes to Orlando. Oh, yeah, Orlando. Wait a minute. I'm getting confused here. Yeah, Orlando selected at 11, Jet Howard.
Mm-hmm.
Number 10 was Kason Wallace to OKC. Wow. Davis Bertans. So they're going to have to hold on to Bertans. Pretty big contract there.
Yeah. But
they can probably do it. All right, let's go back to everybody. Here's a funny thing. I follow this America thing.
That's hilarious.
That's pretty funny. Full jersey turned into a Paul jersey. Copy the link here into the description. Oops, didn't work. There we go. Okay. No more baddies talk, Bruce. That's hilarious. Please splash the like button. Yeah, I was surprised they didn't pick Scoot too, but actually I'm not surprised. It's just not what I would have done, but I don't know. They got to see Brandon Miller up close, so maybe they saw something. Michael Jordan
Dallas,
didn't see them.
yeah. Dallas is getting lively at 12.
Okay. Oh, Dallas ends up getting okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it. You know what? So, okay. So what happened was Dallas goes, well, we're getting lively no matter what. But do you want to move up? You can move up, but you got to give us, this, that, and the other thing. And so they made it happen. Got rid of Bertans. Through it all, Dallas still got the one that they wanted. And I mean, I don't follow Dallas closely enough to go, oh, this is why they wanted lively and everything, right? But I'm trusting, NBA Draft Net knows that they want lively. Even though this is technically wrong, it's actually right in terms of Dallas wanting lively. So, but on the whole, I guarantee you, NBA Draft.net, they're going to get most of this whole darn thing right. So I'm way, way behind on the comments. Robbie Bautista, I got a giveaway coming to Robbie pretty soon. Half of it is already should have arrived. The other half, which includes like Nicole, is gonna hopefully be there next week. I definitely have it on my to-do list because I am headed to Hawaii for a family reunion.
Oh, nice.
But I will still do live streams. Of the Summer League games. July 5th, for example, in Sacramento. I think we play the Heat, maybe? Either the Lakers or the Heat. Or Sacramento, I forget. Look that up, actually. California Classic. NBA.com. Golden One Center. Okay. We play the Kings. Hope to see Kuminga and Moody, but you never know. For sure,
Maybe. PBJ.
Gui Santos, Lester Quinones, who, by the way, speaking of Lester, we're at the on the California Classic, live streaming those, and Lester Quinones, Gui Santos, and PBJ definitely playing. Oh, I shouldn't say that. Probably playing. We don't know. We don't know for sure. You think JK and Moody would?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's totally up in the air. Okay. Dean, yep. Our daily
scapegoat.
Laugh at
It was
the
the new
craziness
scapegoat.
on Twitter. Recently bought a Poole jersey. Isn't that refundable according to the NBA? Isn't it? Could have sworn it is.
I think you can swap.
I think you can swap it.
Probably. Yeah.
Warriors are all in now. I think they are, but they're still banking on Moody and Kuminga as far as we know. So it's not like totally. You know what I mean? Otherwise, you would go and trade, Kuminga for Alec Burks. You know what I mean?
Something like that.
And we're not doing that. But it is win now timeline. Exactly. It's a different way to put it.
Yeah. I think with winning, with the win now moves, we still need some young legs on the roster. We can't all have 35-year-olds trying to go through 82 games and then be fresh for the playoffs. I think we still need a Moody, a PBJ, a JK to get us through all 82 games. All right.
PG-13 in a package. Why would the Clippers do that? You always got to think the receiving team. Why would they do that? I don't think the Clippers would want to give up PG to get CP3.
Definitely not PG.
Unless it's some three-way, which again, why even bother trying to predict three-ways? It's just too much. Too many things can happen. I don't even want to address. I'm not going to address any negativity on here. If you want to be outraged, just tweet it. Just go to that app and tweet it. I need to escape that. Doesn't everybody on here want to escape that crap? It's just like, it's too much. You look there and everybody hates the CP3 deal. And then once in a while you'll get a Connor Letourneau loves it, and that's not a knock on him. It's not to praise him. It's neither here nor there. I'm just saying. I'm going to love it if we win the championship. That's for sure. And everybody will love it. But here he is. He say, I understand the initial skepticism, but I personally love this trade. See, I wouldn't go on Twitter ever to say something like this. I've learned my lesson, because I guarantee you down here, there you go. The first one, it's a challenge. I want to challenge you, Connor. I shall challenge your argument, but what you do on Twitter, you go and declare, and then you beat your chest like the gorilla transformer. And it's whoever beats their chest the best way. It's just, I don't think it's really the best environment for proper debate, because when you go to debate something, you got to have an agreement among the people to leave the heavy arms outside. Let's all talk like, Greek philosophers who love life in the beginning, and go from there, because then you go on tangents where you're just too upset about stuff. All right, OKC number 12, Lively. So that goes to Dallas. It's official. Raptors are on the clock.
Yeah, Raptors.
Tony Jones, who writes for the Jazz, likes how everything's falling, and if it's falling for the Jazz, so far it's falling for us too. So
I agree.
We'll see. CP3 is off the bench. He's going to have to be. I think he's at that point in his career where. Plus, it's Steph.
I think he's ready to just do whatever to win, I think.
Do whatever it takes to win a championship.
What he needs.
Okay. JK, superstar in the making. Man, there's so much workout highlights of him. I need to get to that. Oh gosh, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that, but I do need to do this. Jordan Poole had the locker room a mess. We don't know that. We got plenty of people blaming Draymond for that, but we don't really know. And then here's somebody saying it's Jordan Poole. Don't know. And quite frankly, I'm okay with never knowing, because there's like the sanctity of the locker room. That's really the private business of any team. It's just like, I wouldn't even want anybody in one of my, tournament teams that I had. I don't want you in my huddle knowing what I tell my guys. Not even that. And they do that in the NBA. I wouldn't want that. It's just private stuff. That's my, own heat of the battle relationship with my guys. And so I don't need to know. I'm sure someday when there's enough time, as I mentioned earlier, somebody on Twitter said, oh, Jordan Poole unfollowed Draymond. So I go to Instagram. Sure enough, he doesn't follow Draymond. Draymond does follow Poole. But I don't know if I would assume Poole was following Draymond because then I would have heard about this much earlier, way before. So we don't know. And you'd like to know all the gory details, but then I'm the type of guy that I'd rather not know all the gory details. Even in the Zion thing, the off the court Zion thing, just give me the TLDR on that. I don't want to know the gory details. That's sort of the same thing. Some things are meant to be left private. So. What else? What's going on Twitter right now, or the comments? Because I'm way behind on the comments. So if you could stay on top of the
I got you. Yeah,
great.
Responding.
Go ahead and verbalize it if you want.
Yeah.
Whatever you're typing in. Okay. Pick and roll is coming soon. I don't think you have to. You have CP3. He's one of the best ever at pick and roll, of course. And Steve has always been malleable like that. But the whole point of installing the system that we have was kind of to protect Steph and Klay to a degree. CP3 is more of the, tough bully type, Just look how he's built. Miniature linebacker type. Stocky, maybe not linebacker. In this day and age, linebackers are, more Cam Whitmore, Scoot Henderson, not so much stocky, just So Chris Paul is maybe not that type of build, but he's always been more of a loves the physical contact type of guy. So it's a good balance. I think Steve will. Will try to take that and make an advantage out of it. That's what he's done all throughout the Warriors' reign, mostly because of Steph and Draymond and Klay.
Yeah, I'm waiting on the Draymond Green podcast next episode talking about the trades. Maybe what boils down. It'd be interesting. But isn't Draymond traveling too right now?
Lord. Yeah. Evans, man, Evans, I can clearly see that this guy has some issues. What would make you say that Mike Dunleavy traded Poole out of anger? Oh my gosh, man. Wow. That's like an asteroid coming to hit Earth. That just came out of nowhere. I don't know where that's coming from, man. Be happy, bro. Just be happy, man. Try to find some gratitude out there. This is everyone will be fine. Grady Dick goes number 30.
Dick.
It feels like Shams. No. Yeah, because my YouTube TV is a little bit slow, right?
Yes, a little bit, yeah.
Shams is waiting. He's waiting a little bit, I think. Is he? Feels like it.
He just wants to get maybe like 15 seconds ahead.
What number are we?
That's
number 13. Doc Martin is on deck, people.
Yes.
Can't wait to bring him on. Hang tight, Doc. When should we bring him on? Like let's see. Let me look at the NBA draft net board. At 16. We'll bring him on. Is that enough time? 15 minutes? 15. Pick 15. We'll bring you on, Doc. Okay. Let's see. How's the comments going? Good stuff, guys. Let's see. But then Evans is welcome to. Okay. Oh, okay. Never mind.
He's going through it. It's okay. It's a shocking trade.
Yeah, it'll bring out a lot of different emotions, won't it? Austin Torek, what's up? It's going to be good to have Doc on here because I really do think the Warriors are going to pivot from what they were thinking before the trade, let's say. Of course, we don't really know what they were thinking. Maybe they were thinking Chris Paul the whole time. You never know.
Probably.
But at least to the outside world, it feels like a pivot. Now you can go and pick the best player available.
Wasn't that?
I can't wait to hear it.
Wasn't that even before the BO trade? The Warriors were already kind of in discussion with Chris Paul with Phoenix already. I think.
Oh well, Tim Kawakami of The Athletic did report. He actually wrote about it, but he didn't expound on it. He just said, "I've been hearing that there is some interest amongst the Warriors front office in a possible pursuit of CP3, but it wasn't. He didn't really get a whole lot more than that at that time."
Yeah.
And that, I mean, there has to be, what should I call it? Dunleavy and Bob Myers and Lacob, till this day, have always had, meetings with people and like idea people. We don't know who that is. It might be Kent Lacob. It might be Kirk Lacob. It might be Dunleavy himself, whoever.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not doing your job if you don't have an idea guy or two on your staff to go, okay, how do we make this team better? Go. Just like I always think of like the movie Apollo 13, Tom Hanks, where like, oh my gosh, how do we fix this, thing that broke on our spacecraft? And they bring in a whole bunch of talented people, lock them in a room and go fix this problem. And so they just brainstorm, and they actually come up with a solution. So I'm thinking they've had CP on their radar for a while, and they probably determined a while back whether that's a couple weeks or a couple months, something like that, or maybe all along, but they would love to see CP3 as part of the playoff chemistry that the team would have, that the team kind of maybe struggled with this playoffs. And even if you oppose the CP3 trade, I mean, take Poole out of that, right? Just think of CP3 on a playoff roster trying to win a playoff game. Don't you feel a little bit more comfortable about that? You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. No doubt.
Yeah, it's like,
no doubt.
Okay, I think our chances of winning this playoff game went up. So we're almost at 15. Okay, let's bring on Doc Martin. Anthony, we will catch you after the Warriors pick, and then we talk with Doc for a little bit more.
Sounds good.
Thanks, buddy.
Rich. Thanks.
Oops, come up there. Doc Martin.
What's going on, guys?
What's up, man?
How are you doing?
Great to have you.
Thank you for having me.
Well, as we roll into this 19th pick, and I got to put in the notes that we brought you on at the timestamp of 1:34. Doc Martin comes on. So tell us about your day, and then you hear about the trade. What was that like?
It was a shocking move, and I think the biggest thing that kind of came to my mind, I was knowing at which the pace the Warriors typically like to play, because just being in New Orleans with Kris, and then kind of just seeing him playing with Houston, playing in Phoenix, like, okay, the Warriors just play at a different speed, different pace, and Kris has not always been known to play at that type of speed. Like, is that something that's going to be a difficult adjustment for him? I mean, he already kind of adds to the mix with his ability to shoot the ball, but again, he's more of a mid-range guy, and I think there might have been some clashing of the minds and philosophy when he was in Houston, where they were stressing shoot the three, but he was more to get to that elbow, get to that mid-range type of guy. That was where he felt most effective. Now, is he a capable three-point shooter? Yeah, but not at the same clip as his new counterparts with the Warriors will be. But it's going to be one of those days where he's going to get in there before practice and after practice and kind of get us some more shots with Klay and Steph to get on their level, so to speak.
Yeah. What did you think about the departure of Poole and kind of like that timeline is now the win now? For sure, it's win now type of deal.
I think it's one of those cases with Poole that once he was able to earn that type of contract, he may have felt like he was in the same stratosphere as his other counterparts. And now he gets to prove going to Washington, if he really deserves to be in that same category as those other guys in terms of his ability to be able to shoot the basketball and be able to kind of carry the offensive load. So I'm happy for him. He kind of gets a bit of a fresh start and see, the weight that Steph and Klay and Draymond, those guys have been carrying for so many years, to see how heavy that load has been for those guys, and just and again, it gives those guys a chance to reset in Golden State as well. Like, can we get back to our usual winning formula? I would like to see them at this pick coming up to go big if they can, because again, you think about the teams they've had in the past when they've been the most successful, they had some sort of a rim protector that was there, give them a little bit more size. And like Looney does a great job, don't get me wrong, but just you need a little bit more than just Looney down there to kind of really be able to contend in the West with all the bigs and stuff they're going to be playing against now.
So in terms of bigs, who do you think they can get at 19?
Me being an Alabama guy, I'd like for them to look at Noah Clowney.
Mm-hmm. He was definitely brought up when we talked to the NBA draft net guy, Eric.
Yeah. I was actually hoping that, looking at kind of how things were playing out, that the kid Lively would slip down. But then, I just saw where they made the pick. But Lively would have been my first choice if he was still there. But I would say probably the next person for me to kind of just looking at the blueprint that they've had in the past, looking at Clowney, but then also you can think of Kris Murray as an insurance policy in the event that things go left with Draymond. So got a couple of different ways they can go here with this pick, but I would look to, if your number one priority is to re-sign Draymond, obviously, but I would look at Noah Clowney here with this pick.
Yeah. Jordan Hawkins just got picked at 14. And so you were with New Orleans.
Yeah, with Kris, yeah.
Crazy. All right.
That was around the time where that trade for him to LA got nixed by David Stern. So yeah. And it was just funny when I initially joined that roster. I'm not saying that Kris would purposely do that, but it just looked like he was just kind of playing a little bit different. Like it was like I really don't want to be here type deal. Like let me see if I can stink up the gym every few games or so, just to kind of see if I can force my way up out of here. So I just always kind of felt internally. Of course, I couldn't say that while with the organization. I was kind of like, does Kris really want to be here? Like something just seems off right now with his play in this particular game. And not saying he would necessarily do it on purpose, but you can kind of get a feel for a guy who wants to be there versus a guy who doesn't.
Interesting. Yeah. So would you have any take whatsoever on him wanting to be in Golden State?
I think it's exciting for him, to be able to play with these. I mean, granted, he's used to playing with other All-Stars, but to be able to kind of, partner with Steph and Klay and potentially Draymond, I think it kind of somewhat puts him in the mix as long as they're able to add some other size to go along with the rest of the crew. But again, I'm more so concerned with, can Kris play at that pace? Will he be able to adjust to the pace that those guys have been used to playing, they've been so successful at? Or will it be a case – I just don't see them slowing down and playing the same pace as Kris has been playing all his life. Like, he's going to have to adjust to the speed of the game and be able to play that way in terms of advancing the ball up, taking the quick shot if you have it. Like, it's going to be a bit of an adjustment period for him once he kind of finds his way. But I think I heard someone say earlier, like, you're in that fourth quarter, game is close, and you've got him as a floor general. I feel pretty confident about being able to pull that game out, having Kris as a floor general, and you've got Klay and Steph on the wing. All they got to do is catch and shoot.
Yep. Also, what was I going to say? What do you think of some of the other, like NBA Draft Net right here? If we show you the screen in the background real quick, got Nick Smith here. What do you think of him? Because he used to be a top 5 high school player.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing is just I think the biggest thing is just being able to have someone who's available. I don't know much about his current medical history, but I know he was plagued with some injuries at Arkansas. And the biggest thing now is being able to be available. And so you don't want it to be a case to where he's been healthy throughout the draft process, through the workouts, and then gets to camp and something goes left during summer league, and all of a sudden now, you know, he's kind of being set back for a couple games or however long it's going to take him to kind of get back to 100% healthy to be able to help the team, because you know the rest of the guys have a window they want to win now if they possibly can. So being available is the most important. And so I like him. I think he's a pretty good player, but just he wouldn't necessarily be my pick for them right now.
Because you're looking for that size.
Yeah.
Clowney, Kris Murray. And also, here's a shooting guard. Podziemski's been mentioned by a lot of Warriors beat writers as well. Do you have any thoughts on the guy from Santa Clara?
No, I don't have a lot of thoughts on those guys, but I also will say this, like from what Miami Heat were able to do, I think it should have forced a lot of GMs to really rethink about the way they built their rosters, to be able to kind of really do your due diligence and find those guys that may be in the G League who can come in and step in and help you, who've been playing against, you know, pro level competition all year long. And so maybe kind of just doing another look within that G League realm to see if there's any guy that they could pick up and bring up and be able to help them out the same way that some of the guys who were unknown or there were throwaways from other rosters, they were able to do with Miami this year. Took them all the way to the finals with guys that other teams did not want, and just wondering, like, okay, are there other guys that are out there like that we can add to our fold that can help with us and help us win now? And just I just think just from that standpoint, like a lot of teams really kind of may need to rethink. You know, some are still kind of trying to get the big three, which is all fine and good, but you know, whatever suits your pockets. But I really think just watching what they were able to do with those guys that had something to prove, there are more guys that are out there within that G League realm that'll have that same chip on their shoulder that should be able to kind of step in and contribute.
Yeah, that's interesting, because you always feel like whoever wins the finals, you kind of want to be able to. Well, you tell us. Whoever wins the finals, in this case Denver, do you kind of go, all right, we got to kind of construct our roster to be able to beat Denver? But then you just mentioned sort of more of a cultural thing where Miami has been able to turn G League guys into rotation players. So there's that part of it too. But that's the runner-up we're talking about.
Yeah,
So
I think
that whole thing.
I think it might be twofold. You know, you got your eyes on Denver because they are the reigning champs, but also just looking at what we currently have. How can we add to this mix of what we currently have moving forward? Like, how can we just be in the conversation? You know, Denver just kind of just had to where they ran through the West in terms of the playoffs, and nobody really kind of, you know, posed a challenge for them. So yeah, you want to have something that can be a bit of a stopper for Jokic, but you know, he's Jokic. Like, ain't no one's stopping him. Like, he's going to get whatever he wants to get whenever he wants to get it. But you just want to kind of get the highest seed possible and maybe end up playing them more so in the later rounds of the playoffs versus being the first one out that has to go up against that Goliath. But I just think, like, there's just no cookie cutter way of just building your roster out nowadays. I think you just got to just turn over every single stone and research every single player, and just to see just if there's something that's there that other teams may be missing, or this kid just needs an opportunity. Can this kid come in and help us and be in our rotation to where you're playing this 82-game season, to where Steph and Klay may not have to play as much, and you can kind of somewhat save them a little bit as you get more towards the crunch time the playoff seeding. So I just think there's just guys out there that you can find that you can add to the mix. It's just a matter of whether or not you want to do the homework or not.
Yeah, and add CP3 to that mix of guys probably not playing on the back end of a road back to back and needing some rotation guys. But then you also want to see a couple of them break through, just like Miami did. And Miami had like 3 of them, which is nuts. But what was I going to say? We got to come back to more about CP3 because you got to see him behind closed doors. I can't wait. So we're gonna do that, but we're also approaching the 19th pick. We're on 16 with Utah and Keontae George, according to Nicole, who is keeping track. Did you get a chance to look at Noah Clowney pretty closely at all?
A little bit. I was actually shocked when I heard that he was keeping his name in the draft, and it's just one of those cases where it only takes one decision maker to really like you. So these isolated workouts and pro days where you can really make a huge impression on the decision makers with these teams. So he must have had a pretty good showing to where they were intrigued enough by his size, his skill, and upside. But he was a kid that probably got overshadowed a lot based upon what Brandon Miller was doing at the university. All you heard about was Brandon Miller and what he did, but he was probably one of those unsung guys that were doing the dirty work and maybe didn't get as much as attention. So I thought that he was actually like, okay, once Brandon kind of moves on, it was kind of going to be somewhat of his show. But again, he must have had a pretty solid showing in these workouts to where it was enough evidence from his work that it was worth for him staying in the first round or stay in the draft to be drafted in the first round.
Speaking of workout, we know that Lively canceled his workout with the Warriors because, he found out he was going to be a lottery pick and not be around at 19. But then we were told by Eric G, there were 3 or 4 other agents that canceled their workouts with the Warriors because of the reputation that Kerr doesn't really play young guys. Did you hear anything like that? And even if you didn't, what are your thoughts on that?
I didn't hear anything like that, but typically a lot of times, and it's just one of those superstitious type leagues, it's like if a player cancels a workout, the first inclination is, oh, they must have a promise from someone. Somebody has promised to take them at a certain point in the draft, and that's the reason why some players are canceling workouts with teams in the mid to the later rounds. But that's always typically the mindset when a player has canceled a workout with an upcoming team, that they may have a promise from someone that they're going to probably end up taking him.
Yeah, that's interesting. So you haven't heard anything around the league in terms of, Kerr doesn't. I mean, it's kind of. We just went through a season where he didn't play Kuminga at all against the Lakers. Yeah. So, but have you heard anything along those lines?
No, I really haven't. And I don't think it's just one of those judgment calls as the coach. You're in the trenches just right along with your players, and you kind of go with your gut feeling. He just felt Kuminga just couldn't help them at that particular point in juncture. But it's not something that I've heard around the league that he just doesn't want to play young guys. I think Steve is one of the best by far that's within the industry, and he's going to give everybody a fair shot. So there may be some stuff that maybe the kid may have been showing in practice that he just didn't have the vote of confidence to play him in that moment. Who knows?
Okay, getting closer and closer to the Warriors here. Who was the coach when you were in New Orleans?
When I first got there, was it Monty? Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Monty.
Well, you got to say a couple things about Monty real quick. Going to Detroit. I saw Monty at Team USA. We may have talked about this, and he was doing post-up drills with KD.
Yeah.
And them and other guys, but just the fact that he was out there, old guy, trying to, get KD better by grinding and going through that. I had a lot of respect.
Yeah, I've got I've got a pretty good history with Monty. When I first got into the league, I was scouting for the Portland Trailblazers, where Nate McMillan was the head coach and Monty was an assistant on his staff. And I just remember him just being in the gym after hours with Nicholas Batum, working on his craft and working on his ability to shoot the basketball. So what you're seeing right now in terms of Nick Batum being more so as he's kind of lost a step athletically and he's become more and more of a perimeter threat, that's true because of the work that he was able to do with Monty Williams in Portland. But then being with Monty and Portland, he's just an all around good guy. Like, you got to root for those type of guys. And I was a bit shocked at how things kind of played out in Phoenix. And I reached out to him and just let him know, like, hey, coach, you of all people know that when one opportunity closes, your next one's right around the corner. So just kind of a few words of encouragement to him. And he was like, thanks, Doc, man, I love you. And so he's just one of those guys that you just constantly root for. And then to see the deal he got in Detroit, I'm like, I'm happy, blown away, and surprised. But then again, it's just when you do things the right way, you try to do right by people. I'm not saying he's perfect, but you try to do right by people. These are the opportunities that kind of come back around for you. And
I'm sure the entire coaching fraternity was like, thank you, Monty. Set the market. Way to set the bar high, man. So, yeah, Steve's got an extension coming as well. He's only signed through this next year. But going back to the Kuminga situation, we had just determined that, Steve is just, the good part. I mean, okay, what I want to say is that, yeah, you could have played JK in terms of you're in a desperate spot against the Lakers. But a part of me is kind of glad that Kerr didn't cross that line. It seems like, we don't know unless I actually talk to him to say, is that what you did? In terms of like, oh, no, you got to earn your minutes, because that, to me, that does help Kuminga down the line to becoming a better player.
Yeah.
What do you think about that in terms of player development? Like really earning your minutes?
Yeah, I think it goes a long way, like having these guys earn their minutes. And so then when they're able to get out there and they see some success, it kind of helps continue to build their confidence. Like, I put the time and effort. I've worked for this. I deserve this. And so as a coach, when you've seen those guys put in that extra time and work and then they have success on the floor, you're just not surprised. It's like, this is when your effort and your hard work meets an opportunity. And this is the end result of you having success on the floor because you put the time in. And it just should further fuel that player to continue to work hard, because you just never know where that due diligence and that work that you put in, where it's going to take you. You just know that you got to just keep pushing and just kind of just be ready for your opportunity when it comes.
Good stuff. All right, getting closer here. Lakers at 17 with 4 minutes to go. Let's take a look at some of these other picks that just happened. Let's pull that up. So here they are. Any of these guys that just got picked?
I like the kid Jordan Hawkins. I think he's gonna be. I think he's gonna be. He has a chance to be really good. That's the fact of just how much he's on the move. A little bit of a minor, a small version of Rip Hamilton, maybe a little bit, but just I kind of fell in love with the way that he was playing in the NCAA tournament, just his ability to shoot the ball. And so I'm excited to see him, and I think I prefer him over Grady Dick. But again, that's just me personally. But I think the kid Jordan Hawkins has a chance to be really good in the league. And then he's going to New Orleans down there with CJ McCollum. Like, what better mentor to have to kind of help and coach you and show you how to be a true professional than CJ McCollum. So I think he has a chance to be special.
Yep. Good to be mentored by CJ.
Yeah.
I was hoping Jordan Hawkins would just drop to the Warriors, to be honest with you. But that wasn't happening. Most boards did have him at 14 or at the latest 16. I think there was only one board that I saw where he might have dropped to the Warriors, but that counts a lot, right? Your performance at the biggest stage in college, right?
Yes. If you're able to show up and play when everything is on the line, that says a lot about you, and just in terms of just being able to play when the lights are on. I mean, now granted, your national championship game is going to be just like that almost every night in the NBA, but just being able to show up and perform and not be afraid of the moment speaks volumes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the whole not being afraid of the moment, that was really like over time. More from Steph, it was being like, enjoy the moment would be his words that would be uttered like every other post game. And so just from osmosis on that is where I learned that. But I do feel like it's really become the forefront over the last, 15 years or so.
Yeah. And
it really feels like, now like everybody is so good at that.
Mm-hmm.
And so if everybody's kind of really good at that, what gets you over the top?
That's a good question. Everybody's so good at what really gets you over the top.
Well, with Steph, it's some otherworldly shooting and dedication to the craft.
Yeah, so it's just a huge difference in being a star versus a superstar. Like, okay, the moment is here. Everybody has risen to the occasion. Who can take it one step further? Like, who can really, really kind of just seize that moment? And that's where you have the difference in stars versus superstars.
We talked about Jordan Poole earlier, but what do you think about Jordan Poole eventually becoming a superstar?
I don't know if he'll eventually become a superstar. I think that these next few years that he's in Washington, I think his level of respect of what he's been able to witness in Golden State will really kind of be taken to another level, because now he'll see the pressure of teams, trying to design and gear to stop him on a nightly basis. Now he'll know what it felt like to be Steph, and he'll know what it feels like to be Klay. Like, okay, now you've got a target on your back now. Like, you're the lone gunslinger over here in Washington. It depends upon how they build out their roster, but I think his level of respect and appreciation will go to another level once he's in Washington, because it'll be like, man, like I witnessed these guys doing this every night. And I didn't realize how much pressure was on them to step out there and perform every night, like knowing they had to have a certain type of performance in order just to even give us a chance to win. And so I think he's gonna feel that pressure. He's gonna have some moments where he's gonna step up and play big, because he had those moments for Golden State. So I think he'll do okay. I think there will be some struggles here and there, but again, like his level of respect for those guys that he was teammates with will definitely go to another level once he's able to experience what they went through as the two or three guys are the faces of a franchise.
And you've been in front offices. How excited is Washington to pick up a guy like Jordan Poole?
I think they're definitely excited. One, as you're kind of cleaning house and getting rid of Beal and Porzingis or whatever. Okay, now we need someone to kind of help us sell tickets. So we got to give people a reason to come out and watch the team and just give us some sort of the initial cornerstone. But I'll be even more so excited about some of the cap space you're able to create, and then just the assets you're getting in, getting back from it. Just looking at what OKC's been able to do, just all the stuff they've amassed through trades and the draft picks, and with the GM coming from there. Again, he kind of wants to have that kind of same blueprint there, to where, all right, we're starting from fresh. Let's build this thing out slowly and organically as possible. Let's acquire these assets. Let's do our research. This is where the fun begins for them as a front office. All right, like, how do we move forward and construct a contender in the East? And so this is where, again, you're looking at the various leagues. You're looking at OTE. You're looking at the G League. You're looking at college. You're looking at overseas. Like, we've got to find a way to put this puzzle together. So that would be the fun part for me as a front office member. Just, okay, like, let's see how we can put this beautiful puzzle together, and let's go out here and watch these guys perform. So.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize Jordan Poole is like the 15th most popular jersey in the NBA.
Yeah.
The Wizards, marketing wise, they must be happy about that, I would think.
Yeah. And Jordan's exciting player. Like, he's got a lot of stuff in his bag that where, his ability to put the ball on the floor and his ability to shoot it. So he'll have a reason why people want to kind of come out and watch the Wizards this year, and I definitely hope he has some success. But there's going to be moments where he's gonna feel that pressure, just the load he's going to have to carry, based upon what he's been able to witness with those guys in Golden State. So
yeah, it's going to be exciting, and that's what makes the NBA so crazy. I talked about that earlier. When the Beal deal went down, man, it's almost like the NBA is getting closer and closer to the NFL, where you kind of just, if you have a chance, you kind of go all in type of deal. That where you're really moving some big chess pieces rather than a pawn here or there. You're really moving your queen out like that. You're moving your knights up the board. Do you kind of sense that evolution of the NBA?
So probably a little bit. Yeah, you could definitely kind of sense. There's just the moving around the chess pieces.
Like Boston, they're not satisfied.
Yeah, that was.
Let me go off that AP. Like, wow.
Yeah, I definitely didn't see the move for CP3 to get to Golden State, but I was like, you know what, CP3 might be a good piece to add there in Boston, and all of a sudden you hear the rumors about the 3-team trade that fell apart, and wake up the next morning, boom, CP3 is going to Golden State, and but even with that, by taking Marcus Smart out of that equation, it helps Memphis because he fits what they do there. He has that grit and grind mentality that they have there in Memphis. He could be a really solid mentor for John Morant, but also by taking him out of that equation in Boston, maybe he was the loudest voice in the locker room. Now you have your two other guys with the face of your franchise. Allow them to step into that role of now being the face and the leader in that locker room now. So you just never know how, by him not being there, what opportunity it provides for those other guys to step up and be able to lead this team into the playoffs next year.
All right. Miami's on the clock at 18. So we're getting closer and closer to the Warriors. I wonder who they're going to pick up. Oops, wrong
That's
one.
a good question. I'm wondering. I mean, because I don't think Cam Whitmore's come off the board yet.
That's crazy. I saw Cam Whitmore all the way up, top 8. Man, Cam Whitmore he's kind of built like what, Donovan Mitchell kind of? Or am I wrong?
He's bigger. I think he's bigger.
He's bigger? Jeez.
I think he's bigger than Donovan Mitchell. Like he's got an NBA ready body right now. And just kind of from me watching some film on him, he's got a little bit of a tunnel vision. He gets the ball, he's trying to get downhill every time he touches it. And so I don't know how he's done in his workouts. I would assume that he's done a fairly good job to where he performed well enough to keep his name in the draft. But I'm surprised that he has not come off the board yet. And if I'm Miami, do I need a Cam Whitmore?
Yeah. Wow. Oh, there was another one I remember we talked about this on Monday on our live stream. Bryce Sensabaugh. Do you know anything about him?
I don't. The kid from Ohio State.
Yeah, because
I haven't watched much film on him.
Where is he?
There was some talk about the kid Jaime Jaquez from UCLA going to Miami. Just with the jack of all trades, just know how to play the game. There was some talk about him going to Miami, but who knows? Because I would assume some teams right now didn't expect Cam Whitmore names to still be in the player pool name. But I don't know if I'm Miami if I need a Cam Whitmore right now. But then you just never know.
Yep.
You never know what backroom conversation those guys have had and
they're going with Jaime
Jaquez. Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Cam Whitmore's available for the Warriors. What the hell? Oh my goodness.
Do you take a Cam Whitmore and you still got JK there that you're still trying to develop?
But see, I was thinking with CP3 here, we could make a pick where we can develop a guy long term.
Well,
I don't know.
I don't know how like what the window is for Steph and Klay, but those guys want to try to win now, and so I don't know if they want to sit back and develop someone else when they have an opportunity to just right now you just need some size. You need
True.
you need somebody to help Looney out down there.
What about picking him up just as best player available as a potential trade piece for later? Or I don't know. I'm not the expert at this stuff. I'm just sitting back trying to enjoy whoever they pick, and then even if they ship him out, all right.
And that could be the case. Dunleavy's there now. It's kind of his show to run. And maybe somebody's had a conversation with them like, hey, you take this guy for us, trade back, we'll give you these assets, and who knows?
Miami must have really wanted how do you pronounce it? Jaquez?
I think it's Jaime Jaquez.
Jaquez?
Yeah.
Because there's some names on the board still.
I think he's just one of those guys that just really knows how to play the game of basketball, and the Heat brand of basketball, he fits right in. So that I'm not surprised, because I was kind of hearing that a little bit.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Let's see. What are the people saying in the Oh man. Let's end the poll. Let's put up another poll. Cam Whitmore, ? Yes or no? Ask your community. We only have a few seconds left before Shams spoils it. So I'll keep this little Shams tracker right here. Let's see it. This is crazy.
Yeah.
I'd love to get your feedback later on what it's like in the war room, or you just go ahead and talk, and then whoever we pick, I'll just interrupt you real quick. But what is it like in the war room when you're on the clock like this?
It's a lot of excitement, especially when your turn is kind of coming around, and a player that you targeted that you didn't think was going to be there falls to you. It's like this rush of excitement. It's like, hey, he's still there. And then the chatter begins to get a little bit louder and louder and louder. Like, okay, then for those teams that are above you, okay, they don't need this guy. They need this guy. They're probably going to take this guy. But if he's there, we're taking him. Then it becomes that best player available. But it's just one of those cases. It's an exciting time, especially when you have a player that you didn't think was going to be there based upon your mock drafts happens to fall in your lap. And then it's like, okay, those are additional quick conversations that you're having. Like, all right, he wasn't supposed to be there, but he's there now. What do you want to do? So
when I see Cam Whitmore a workout on Instagram with Chris Brickley, and I get wowed by that, how much should I temper my expectations?
I mean, the workouts are kind of like highlight films. They're there to make the person look good. And so these are workouts that they've probably already gone through. They've already rehearsed. They've already know where they're taking the shots for them, and so it's just one of those cases. You just want to make them look good.
So I, as a fan, just got to remember that. It's
yeah,
really, just like the YouTube highlight reel. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work in 5-on-5 setting.
True.
And
the guys that they're kind of doing these drills against, going downhill, like they're half their size sometimes, and so yeah, it's just one of those cases just to make those guys look good and just extra footage for someone to salivate over.
Right. And we sure as heck are going to salivate over. And if this pick is Whitmore, boy, there's going to be a lot to salivate over. Let's see. Marcus Thompson is tweeting about Cam Whitmore. Athlete, natural scorer, gets to the rim, good size. Yeah. How would you've seen him more than I have. How, quote unquote, NBA ready would Whitmore be?
I think again, physically he's ready. Physically he can withstand a long, grueling season because physically he puts a lot of pressure on defenders to get downhill. My only thing is as a potential teammate for me, if I'm his teammate, he has a little bit of a tunnel vision in terms of once his eyes on the rim, that's all he sees, and he's trying to get downhill. He's a guy that can get out in transition, and one of the things that he can do, if you throw it near the rim, he can catch it and get the crowd on their feet and energize the rest of the team. I just think he struggles with being able to be a bit of a playmaker. Now, you may not have to be one if you've got Steph, Klay, Kris, those guys. You just got to be the recipient, be able to finish on the opposite end. But again, I think he struggles a bit as a playmaker. But again, that may be a role.
Ooh, it's in.
They're going with Brady?
Podziemski. It is.
Wow.
Oh, that's a shocker. That's a shocker. To me, that's a shocker. Ooh. All right. What about you? What's your reaction, Doc?
Wow.
You look as shocked as I do. Although maybe more shocked because I had seen Podziemski on various articles.
I saw it too. It's just I would have to look at a depth chart and just kind of just see where they're all at with their guards.
Concerned about depth chart. Yeah, with guards.
I would love just kind of just really kind of sit down and analyze the depth chart and just kind of just see.
So does this mean that we can assume Dante DiVincenzo's gone? I mean, like, right? Because depth chart wise.
So you're losing Poole, you're losing DiVincenzo, you're adding CP3. I don't know. I don't know what Dunleavy's thinking.
Man,
he's smarter than me, so
right.
He's there running the franchise.
Really, it's you say that and most fans will just kind of brush that off a little bit, but it's true. I mean, they're breathing the stuff 24/7.
Yeah, they have the pulse of the team and what they're needing and yeah.
And I wonder, is there something behind closed doors that they really love about Podziemski? The only real thing that I read, but this is kind of true with anyone in the first round, is, I think I should be a top 5 pick, but guys like that, you're going to find.
Yeah.
Usually everyone top to bottom is like that.
Yeah. And again, it might have been something he may have done in his workouts that really, really impressed those guys. And plus he's on the West Coast, so they've got a ton of research and film on the guy. So they know probably everything there is to know about this guy and really felt comfortable by taking him with their pick. So yeah.
Interesting. Would you have gone with Clowney in terms of positional need?
Unless there's somebody that they've already got their eyes on in free agency that we're going to add in terms of size, I potentially would have with some size or some sort of insurance policy with Draymond. Like, we don't know how the conversation is going to go.
That kind of makes me think they're really confident with Draymond.
Possibly. Because
it's going to follow that up.
In the process of kind of re-signing Draymond, you want to kind of get rid of the distraction that reminds you of what took place between him and Poole. So now you've gotten rid of Poole. And so it kind of gives you the leeway and let him know, like, we're committed to keeping you. So we've kind of gotten rid of who was at fault. Didn't really matter, but that's no longer an issue here. It's something you have to worry about the media hanging over your head in the event you guys have a bad game together this upcoming year. So that they won't be able to say that. So, yeah. And again, I still will look to add some size if at all possible. Battling in that West, you got to have a little bit more depth than just Kevon Looney and Draymond Green.
All right. What are you up to these days?
Well, currently right now, I was doing some stuff with Matt Babcock in terms of just some draft profiles. Cam Whitmore was one of the ones that I ended up doing, Taylor Hendricks and Keontae George. So, thanks to Matt Babcock, so kind of keeping me in the game and keeping me sharp in terms of evaluating players. But currently right now, I'm the athletic director at a private preparatory school where I'm the AD, but also the head basketball coach, and I'm coaching a 16U AAU basketball team. So I'm around the game constantly. Even like last weekend, they have a live period event here in Georgia. It's just so funny how many college coaches I ran into while I was in there that I've known over the years. And so just good to see those guys and be in the same arena. And we've got another live period event tomorrow, this weekend actually. And so I'll see a lot more college coaches as they look for that next future prospect.
All right. I might actually make it out to Vegas this year. I'm still debating it'd be the tail end of it. Are you going to be at Vegas Summer League?
I'm thinking about it. I haven't fully made my mind up just yet because still kind of for me, need a little bit more downtime because for the month of June, it's been nothing but AAU basketball or basketball at my son's school. So it's just like I've been in the gym nonstop from the moment we got out of school for the entire month of June. So just want to kind of take a bit of a break because the first part of July, it's my wedding anniversary. Then we have a tournament in Myrtle Beach for 2 AAU tournaments. So it's like, okay, I need to disconnect just for a hot second. And like once I get back from Myrtle Beach is when the summer league is starting out in Vegas. So I was like, okay, do I want to go? Do I want to kind of take a break? So I'm not 100% sure just yet.
All right. Well, thank you for connecting with us.
No problem.
Connecting and disconnecting, and hope to, if you do end up in Vegas, let me know.
Will do.
It'd be a positive for me to go if you're there, just to meet you up in person, shake your hand and everything, because I really appreciate your time here. And I've got YouTube TV pause right where they're going to interview Podziemski, so I'm curious to see what he says. But thanks for all your input. It's awesome coming from a guy who's actually been in a war room during the draft. That's awesome. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Take care, Doc.
All right.
We'll see you soon.
Yes, sir.
All right. Great stuff from Doc, per usual. Let's listen in on this thing, man. Guys, wow, I am shocked, but let's listen in.
How special is that for you?
Yeah, I think it's special.
I'm shocked.
Big shout out to Jalen. It's part of the reason I went to Santa Clara this past year in the portal. Just seeing him do it and how high he got, I tried to follow in his footsteps.
Your parents, John and Barb, are with you. I can tell you our analysts are already talking about his shooting ability and the organization that just drafted him. But having watched him from a young man to now in his basketball career, what are the Warriors getting in your son?
A hard grinder, a dog. I mean, you're going to see some that just don't understand his work ethic. He went to a military school. Someone says jump, you don't ask how high you do it. He will run through a wall for this organization. And he gets to have Steph with him. Priceless.
That has to feel pretty good, huh, Brandon?
Yeah, yesterday in media, they was asking me who I want to go up against. And I was like, Steph. But now just being with him, there's a lot of walking guys out there already. So I'm really familiar. Obviously, Santa Clara is just right down the road from there. So I'm super excited, blessed. God put me in a great situation.
John, Barb, congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Monica, thank you. And playing.
Wow. All right, let's get back to live here. Sorry, guys. Yo, YouTube TV. There we go, YouTube TV. I need to have a remote control on the volume over here. And it's better to have the screen behind. That way my eyes are always kind of looking at you. Anthony, by the way, if you want to come back, let me know. I think I'm more shocked by this than the CP3 trade. Are you guys not? I don't like it, but there's got to be a reason, there's got to be a reason behind this. And I'm thinking he must have been just knocked the socks off. Must have been knocked the socks off in the workouts or something. Wow. On the good side of things, we've always needed guys to be the heir apparent. So now this guy is going to be the heir apparent to Klay. So I don't have any problem with that. It's just that for me, it's tough to pass up a Cam Whitmore. And if there's a dog in Brandon versus not enough dog in Kris Murray, then okay. I'm also okay with not picking Trace Jackson Davis, who I advocated literally last night to trade down because 19 is too high to pick a Trace Jackson Davis. So I'm okay with that. So I think I'm not as pissed off as you guys. Of course, I never am. But you know, we got to roll with this. He is a Warrior now, so we've got to roll with it. And I'm going to look at his positives, you know. So I do know for sure he's got that dog in him, and he's a shooter. And the analytics really back it up, according to Eric G of NBADraft.net, who had said if it wasn't going to be Nick Smith, it's probably going to be Podziemski. So credit to Eric G. It was his second prediction. Of course, the first prediction was Trace before the Poole trade. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, I would vote no. I don't like the pick off the bat, but I can learn to live with it. And I really do hope Dunleavy's right. And I can understand if they weren't able to trade down last minute, if they didn't want to be stuck with two Kuminga types on the same team. So those are all the reasons why I can kind of justify this pick. So all the reasons why I can justify. We need a nickname because I can't be saying Podziemski. Pods. Justify Pods. That's probably what he's called anyways. Got some dog in him. We were always gonna need an heir apparent to Klay anyways. Maybe Cam and JK are too many tunnel vision guys, as Doc put it, on one squad. Maybe there's something behind closed doors about Pods. Maybe he's a really good maybe he's a really good dribbler somehow, a la Poole. Not that Poole's a great dribbler, but you know, he has turnovers, yes. But so I'm kind of leaving the benefit of the doubt, giving them the benefit of doubt. Mike Dunleavy, giving you some benefit of the doubt. What are people saying on Twitter? Tim Kawakami is saying, well, he's not a teenager, so there's that. Has all of the incredible tweets pop in. Kawakami is saying we have two more missing pieces. One would be a big, and the other would be a wing. Not a teenager. Kerr might still play Pods. An older, savvier rookie is more likely to win Kerr's trust. Oh, gosh. You know what's ironic? What's ironic is, if I remember correctly, now I'm getting to the point where the tweets are coming in so fast, I might as well just go up to the top and let them stream in. Brian, I just like the pick, not the player. Yeah, I think maybe I don't know. It's not up to me. I'm just here to root for the team and make sense out of all of this and try and keep it positive with you guys. Pods is not a good defender at all. Yeah, I don't know. Do you think they'll trade for another pick? I'm not thinking that way right now. I'm thinking that there's something about Pods that we're not privy to right now. Of course, I haven't seen him play one iota, just like 99% of the other guys on the NBA draft board, on this board, sorry. I haven't even seen Kris Murray play, so I can't make that determination, but I don't have the time to scout everybody, especially when we don't know who we're getting. Just watch the yeah. So does he have dribbles? Parth. So does he have handles? Let me catch up. Noah Clowney going to Brooklyn. Thanks, Nicole, for keeping us up to date in the chat. It's good to have. Attacks the rim and can land. Okay. So let's see. Parth was saying that highlights of pods similar to JP. And I've ran out of characters in the description, so that's all the timestamps you'll get in the description. Let's get K-Love. Yeah, why not? Let's get K-Love, yeah. I wonder if they're already, really close to getting him or something. That would be tampering, but everybody does it. Everybody is a GM today, yeah, for sure. Bob Myers, we miss you. I mean, I'm the type of guy that has evolved into that. I don't really miss anything. It just the next day comes, and so it's definitely a pretty zen way of things. But I don't miss Bob. It's just we don't have Bob. It's not part of what I process. Try not to get all up in the feelings type thing, but I'm just kind of a different guy. But it keeps me internally steady and sort of a happy guy in terms of not being affected by losing things, losing people. And I'm definitely not 100% zen. There are times when I do miss people. There are times when I have guilt or shame, let's say. When there are times when I get emo. But I've found that those get in the way of just being happy about life, about, having a draft, having this thing that we can all get together and enjoy, because this is fun, man. I mean, honestly, to have Doc Martin, who was in the Portland War Room when they picked Greg Oden. How many opportunities do you get to actually talk to a guy that has been there like that? Let me email Charlie real quick. I forgot. Charlie, there it is. StreamYard link. We'll have Charlie on later. Charlie. Let me see. What time is he supposed to come on? Are you available now? Okay. Okay. Oh, well, my prediction didn't come true up here. I thought we were going to get Nick Smith or Jordan Hawkins. I thought we were still going to go best player available. Not still. I thought we were going to go with the next player, best player available. And it ended up that we reverted back to who can we plug and play immediately. And with Jaquez out of there, picked by Miami, one selection below or above, it ended up being Podziemski. I think I would have preferred Kris Murray, but the thing about that was Eric G was saying, well, how does he get minutes? How does Kris Murray get minutes when hold on a second. How does Kris Murray get minutes when there's Moody, there's Kuminga at the 3-4? Eric G had determined that unlike 6'9" Trace Jackson Davis, Kris Murray could not shift over to the 5, whereas TJD is more of a 4-5, which would be a direct backup to Looney. So in terms of the need there, I think it's the fact that we're probably going to lose Dante DiVincenzo, and then you plug and play Podziemski. So that's what I'll end up on. We've got a Reid OC in the house, on deck, in the dugout. Hold on one second. He is Andrew Wiggins' trainer, and I have him on because we've all got to just kind of process in the back of our minds, just relax a little bit over this Podziemski outrage. No, just kidding. I don't know what to call it. This pick, and maybe just recapping the season from the eyes of Andrew Wiggins' trainer is just what we need. So let's bring on Reid OC.
How are you? Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir. Man, pleasure to have you.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks
I'm
for
so
having me
sorry.
on.
All the guys in the comments who are my Blue Wrenches, really appreciate you. Nicole, yes, I do have the CP3's reaction. He's very, as people who don't know, CP3 is very excited to come to the Warriors, except in that video, it was like, he said, people are asking me all day. So he didn't seem excited, but he said that it's because all day he's been asked that. But anyways, Reid, since you just popped on right after the pick, what do you think about this pick? And then actually, before we get to that, what do you think about the CP3 trade as we're talking about it right now? What were you doing? You looked at your phone. What happened?
Yeah, so I'm actually traveling. I'm in a hotel in northern Minnesota. I've been running, I got like a 12-day, little 12-day camp bender here where I'm just running from little school to little school. And so one of the guys that was working with me is a junkie, and he's like, yo, did you see this trade go through? And I'm fascinated by the Kris Paul thing. I think everyone's talking about it, on the draft coverage. It's interesting because the Warriors play fast and the ball moves, and Kris Paul plays slow. And obviously he's a great player, but just the way that the style of play just seems vastly different. I'm intrigued by it for the ability that Steph can play a little bit off the ball. I think that has the potential to open some things up. And if they play Draymond if Draymond's back, a lineup with Draymond or somebody, a small ball 5, and you slide Wiggs to the 4, you just have shooters all over the place. Which could be an interesting lineup.
Yeah. That's one of the things that I thought was really cool about bringing on CP, besides the fact of, we talked about this earlier on the live stream, where it's a playoff game. You really need to win this game. It's the fourth quarter. You feel a little bit more comfortable that you got CP3 out there kind of being the floor general, and having Steph off the ball, which is less taxing on Steph. And so what CP3 brings to the table is quite intriguing, and it gives us a different dimension for sure. And I do think that any issues of, playing time and this and that, those are all, behind CP. At this point, he just wants to win, do whatever it takes. And we need guys like that, who understand. Not that anybody didn't understand. I'm kind of looking back to the 2022 championship team, where you got the Otto Porters, you got the GP2 playing the whole season, guys like that. Bielitsa, not complaining one bit about just this little bit of playing time. You got Wiggins understanding that, boy, I just really need to rebound, and then everything will flow from there. And it's almost like you hone your role and you become really good at it. Then other things open up, as we saw in 2022 for Wiggins. So speaking of which, Wiggins, maybe we'll come back to what you think about the Podziemski pick because we just segued to Wiggins.
Yep.
Can you give us your recap of the whole season, including when Wiggins went out twice, once with injury, the second time to the family issue? What was this whole season like for you? Can you recap us?
Yeah, I mean, it was a really interesting season. I actually haven't had a ton of contact with him. That's one of the things that I'm a little different like that. I work with a ton of high level players, and I try to leave them alone. I will, send them some positive encouragement throughout the year. But I especially with him going through kind of the family stuff, what he was going through, I have some connections to some of his family. That I just communicated with that way to kind of have a pulse on what was going on if he needed anything. Obviously, him being connected to Minnesota and me still being in Minnesota, it was more so like, hey, do you need help with your kids? That was, and I didn't do that directly to him because I didn't want to bother him, but it was one of those things that, like, I have 2-year-old twin boys. If your kids need to come over and spend the with I lost my mom 6.5 years ago. I know family stuff is difficult, so my heart immediately goes from, this isn't about basketball. This is about a friend. And so, Andrew's the type of guy that when he comes in the gym, I'm actually in northern Minnesota and I'm running a camp the last 2 days, and the head coach here got to bring his son down and a couple to rebound for Andrew. And they had no idea that that's what they were doing until he walked in the gym. And the coach said something to me. It was 2 sets of twins, and both of them looked very similar. And after the workout, Andrew walked up to the twins and said, "Thank you, Aaron, Cullen, Logan, and Grant." And he got all 4 names correct. And didn't have conversation really with them, but that's just the type of human being that he is. That's the part that I get to see. In the past when Andrew's been in the gym, first thing he talks about when he come in is, "Hey, how's your family?" And so the moment I kind of found out that he was having some stuff going on at home, I quit worrying about Andrew Wiggins, the basketball player, and it was more like, is Andrew Wiggins the person? Is he doing okay? Because I know how important family is to him, and so. I got to tell you, it was so frustrating when people were coming to me saying all the stories and the rumors and stuff leaking, and I'm just like, it's not true. It's not even close to true. And man, that was so difficult because there was information that I had that I knew that I wasn't, if Andrew wants to share some of this, he's going to share some of it. And so, kind of hearing that and not really being able to say anything, not that I'm going to be able to come defend him or do anything that's going to change his outlook. But man, that was very difficult for me to just kind of sit around and watch. And I talked to a lot of Timberwolves players that have been with him in the past, and they were like, we're not surprised that he didn't come out and make a statement because he's just keeps everything close and doesn't make a big deal about things. And so, man, I just can't imagine the difficulties that he's had to go through in this last stretch. Coming off a championship run and playing really well, and then have to deal with injury and just kind of the chaos and all. I mean, just a tumultuous season. You start the year with the Draymond and Jordan Poole stuff, and then you get injuries, and then you get family stuff. And I just think the last he probably had a good 3-month stretch after they won it, and the last 9 months has probably been really, really difficult. So. I think he's probably excited to get rolling next year and kind of get a fresh start.
Yeah, it's just surprising when you look back that he was actually out for excuse me while I plug in my laptop, 3 months, really.
Yep.
I mean, that is quite a lot of time to lose in an NBA season, because an NBA season's 7-8 months if you include playoffs. But as you were talking, especially the part where he remembered the names of the twins, which is the various twins that were at the workout or at the camp. You can visualize Wiggins and a smile right at that moment. And it's just, he's just got this, once you get to know him more, even from a fan perspective, just seeing him all the time and him on the podium so many times, it's become part of, the Warriors culture where you look forward to seeing his smile and kind of his quietness that goes along with that. And we're getting more and more used to it, and we're loving it more and more. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And so I guess we should talk a little bit about Brandon Podziemski. Do you know anything about him? And it's okay if you don't. I don't.
No,
yeah.
I think, and this would be good for your show. I think I got the opposite viewpoint of what most everyone's saying. I really like the pick.
Cool.
And one of the reasons why I really like the pick is I think that he does, like, you don't look at him and go, wow. Like, there's not a whole lot of wow to his game, but the first thing that I thought of was, when Wiggs got traded to Golden State, we had the role that I'm going to play, because you have Steph and then you have Klay and then you have me, and Klay is never going to be the number one guy, just the way that his style. So if Steph comes out and you got guys in that second unit, it was like, hey, Andrew can maybe be one of the more go-to guys in that second unit and be the playmaker alongside of Klay. And then Jordan Poole ended up kind of stepping into that role naturally, because he's just like lightning in a bottle and can really score the basketball. But I do think, as we saw in the playoffs, offense gets paid in this league. And it's not a knock on Jordan Poole, but there became some games where just defensively they just couldn't keep him on the floor. And so when you look at kind of retooling the roster a little bit, I think you're looking for a guy that can come off the bench and be a high energy guy. And I think Brandon shoots the ball at a good enough clip. He has a very quick release. He's left-handed. I'm left-handed. I know the benefits of being left-handed. It's just a little bit awkward. But one of the things that he did really well is he's at about 8 rebounds a game. He got a really high motor. And so I think of a guy like that in the second unit being able to come in and maybe be a guy that can be, lightning in a bottle in a brief spurt, but he's also going to do the thing. Like, he's a really good passer. And so everyone looks at it and says, hey, he shoots it, he scores it, but he's a really good passer. He appears to be pretty unselfish, and he rebounds the heck out of the basketball. And so to put a guy in the second unit like that, I saw the pick and was like, I like this, because I was really interested to see what direction they were going to go. They have scored. We did a lot of NBA pre-draft stuff with some guys this spring, and I kept telling these guys, I said, if you're a borderline guy and you end up in the G League, you see this every year in the G League. There'll be a guy averaging 25, 30 points a game in the G League. That's not the guy who gets called up, because at the NBA level, they generally don't need guys to just score the basketball. That's the NBA. They already have guys that can do that. We need guys that are going to fit a role. And from what I've seen from Brandon, I think he's a guy that could come in and be a spark plug shooting the ball, but he just seems willing to do some of the little things. And then what I see from him as a passer tells me that he's a high IQ guy. And some of the times you take a guy, you take some of these young, like Moody and Kuminga, it's just kind of taking them a little bit to kind of understand the pace of play in the NBA, and kind of it's just a different game. And so I think they're going to be really, I think they'll be solid players, but you have a guy like Brandon who appears to be a high IQ guy with the way he unit, if best case scenario.
Cool. First of all, apologies if anybody's experiencing lags and stuff. Could be my internet. Don't know. And sorry about that, Reid, on your end, if you're experiencing any of that. Don't know. But how do you know so much about Podziemski?
Just kind of, I follow this. It's kind of my full-time job, and so I'll see guys, and I spend a lot of time on the road in hotels. As you can see, I'm sitting in a hotel room right now, and just looking guys up. And then I, speak with different agents and things like that, get kind of connected, and you find out about guys, and guys come up in topic. Hey, I really like this guy. I played against this guy in AAU, and now with the transfer portal, these guys they're hopping all over. So these dudes might play in, 2 different conferences, and someone that I know is bound to have played against him. I got guys in the Big Ten, and I believe he was at Illinois before. And so, I mean, yeah.
I don't think the average
stuff.
I don't think the average NBA fan understands how paradigm shifting that transfer portal has become. It is just nuts.
Right.
And it's given a lot more opportunity to agents, because I know a lot of agents that are like on the fringe, not any like, and they don't tell me anything anyways, but even it's exciting. It's an exciting time for those guys to make extra money as well. So it's just crazy. But
it's nuts.
I'm so glad that you did know so much about Podziemski. Does he have a nickname? Do we call him Pods, or?
I don't know, but if he doesn't have one, you should give him one.
Yeah, his Pods is easy. Let's go with that.
Is easy.
Because I'm not saying Podziemski every single time. So,
well,
Pods,
notice I keep referring to him as Brandon, because I don't want to necessarily mispronounce it if I am wrong.
But it's great. And when you were talking about, he doesn't look like, you don't look like him. You don't look at him and go, wow, as you would say Wiggins, right? Wiggins just jumps off the pitch. That might be an advantage, actually, guys. We got to think of these things, because when you're like, oh yeah, you know how it is, AAU level, whether it's men's rec league, whether it's the pickup ball at the playground, you go, oh, I got this guy, and then he turns out to be a baller. I feel like that's what Brandon Pods is kind of like, and it's growing on me. And the other thing you mentioned is his passing. I did not know that. So that's good to know. Someone in the comments was saying they don't think he has good defense, but actually that was a question mark. It wasn't like a total down thing about Pods in the NBA draft.net scouting report, which we could actually click on, but it was something that our guy Eric with NBA draft.net was concerned about. Can he play defense? But the fact that he's got a little dog in him, for him to, and I got to pull up the interview. It's somewhere. I got to go download it. But the interview with Podziemski that the Warriors had, he just said straight out, oh, I think I'm a top 5 guy, which is, you would expect that, but you got to kind of have that arrogance / confidence from a guy like that. And it's good to see. So yeah, we're looking at some of these. Somebody mentioned Parth did a good job of showing our depth chart. So back to Wiggins. Have you seen him lately, and how's he doing with the injury?
So I haven't seen him lately. I'm not sure exactly what his plans are. Some of the communication that I'll have with him is pretty much like, hey, I'm in town in the next couple days. Can we set something up? Just because I think, last year he was able to spend some more time in Canada during the off season, which I think that was, I don't know this to be certain, but I just know that Canada had stricter vaccine policy. And so, you dealt with when he got the vaccine, I just don't think he was it was like, oh, you have like national team prelims or whatever that, to qualify for the Olympics. And then you have the ability to go home. And then they just have so much stuff going on. And so generally when he's been in the gym, it's been more like July and August. And so that's kind of when I'm anticipating that we'll get connected. And when he comes here, he comes here. But this in the month of June, like I have 12 or 13 events, and I go home. I left on Sunday. I'll go home a week from tomorrow, and I'll literally get is crazy for me. So I'm kind of hoping he doesn't want to show up in June because I'm not going to be here. if hoping that we can get connected this summer when he's back, because his whole family's still here. His mom and dad live like 10 minutes from me. His dad told me, when we moved here, when Andrew got drafted and was with the Timberwolves, he was he was a 19-year-old kid. He needed help, and now he's a grown man with a family. And his dad said, my wife loves this place, loves our house. They have a beautiful house. Never going to leave. And so the Wiggins family has, made Minneapolis home. So I'm, he's obviously going to come back to the cities and see his family and do that. So when he comes back, I hope we can get connected again.
Yeah. And Godspeed to his dad, because we did eventually find out that the health issues were with his dad. So good to hear, that, they basically have a base over in your hometown, Minneapolis. So good to know that he's got a strong base there. And
his dad is like the nicest dude. Like I met his dad 3-4 years before I ever got connected with Andrew, because he'd be at Lifetime and he'd like live there. And it was like, this guy is the mayor of Lifetime Fitness. He'd walk in and he'd say hi to everybody. He'd talk to anybody. Finally, I'm like, who's this guy that keeps coming over here talking? They're like, oh, that's Big Mitch. I'm like, who's that? Like, that's Wiggins' dad. Like, he knows everybody. Just an awesome dude. Like, the best of the best.
So he's got more of an outgoing personality.
Yeah, it's interesting because like the family members that I know, it was his dad and his brother Nick, and I think, Nick's great, but I think Nick, Nick's personality and Mitchell's personality, they might say more words in a week or in one day than Andrew says in a week. It's interesting. Like they'll come in the gym and Nick's carrying on a conversation and Mitch will come and here talking to everybody, and Andrew's just like sitting there putting his shoes on. I'm like, how you doing? He's smiling. He's just like pointing at his dad and his brother. Like, so they're just very opposite. They're similar, but they just have opposite personalities that way.
Reminds me of Klay and his dad. But wait a minute. So his dad was already in Minneapolis? What's the connection there?
No, so they were in Minneapolis when Wiggins was with the Timberwolves. So I didn't really get connected with Andrew until later on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and so he was always I'd be working out pro guys, and Mitch just knew all the guys and would come over and just shoot the breeze. But he never was a big timer. Like, oh hey, by the way, someone finally said, yeah, that's Andrew. So just a humble guy.
You said we lost you on the part where you said he's not a big timer.
Yeah, no, he never came out and was just like, hey, this is who I am. You should know who I am. Just a humble, everyday guy, not big timing anybody. Just, hey, I'm Mitch.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, and then what Andrew's got 6 siblings, so there's 7.
There's a lot. I haven't met like the sisters, but I've seen them around, and Nick would come to the gym occasionally when he was back. And so
it's a big family, and they all look like each other. It's pretty cool to kind of see that, little bit of Andrew or, vice versa in all of them. Andrew, where is he, like the oldest, the middle, or youngest, or do you know?
That's a good question. Well, I believe Nick's older than he is.
Okay.
I was just gonna look
that
up.
Pro ball.
Yeah.
I think he's in Canada right now.
Yeah, he's in Canada right now. Yeah. So Nick is 32. Yeah, and Andrew's 20, and Andrew's 28.
28. Yeah. Man, it's crazy that Wiggs is still only 28. That's crazy.
I know. I feel like he's been in the league for about 15 years.
I know, man. But that's a benefit for us. And his buddy Jordan Poole got traded, so that he'll have to get over that real quick. Yeah. But as far as like when you see him later on this summer, is it pretty much going to be the same stuff that you work on? And we've seen your videos, got the good old, we call it the Maple Jordan, fadeaway. You got some of
Yeah.
those moves, the mid-range stuff, the post up, which quite frankly, Steve Kerr employs, when we really need a bucket. And especially when one of the Hall of Famers is on the bench or two of them are on the bench. So are you going to work on that? Or is there any other aspects of his game that you're working on? What's kind of the intent?
Well, I would say, we get a lot of that stuff that he, situations that he's going to find himself in, catch and shoot situations, getting into the mid post. I know that he loves the mid post. I've said it on here before that I asked him when he was in, right when he got to Golden State or when he was in Minnesota, if you got 20 shots in a game, how many do you want in the mid post? He said 16, and there was no hesitation. But you see the humility and the willingness to, want to win, that he's completely changed his game. Type, I'm going to post you up. He's just completely changed his game to fit what the Warriors need. And so we get a lot of like 2-man game actions. The Warriors run a lot of, 2-man game concepts. And so I would assume we probably get to some reads and things like that and just make sure he's sharp and ready to go.
And when you do that, so you've got a go-to gym. Is it your gym or you're kind of renting out space? And then like, how do you like what is like a typical day with Andrew? Like, is it what time of day do you do the workouts and that kind of thing?
Yeah, so I'm based. We have a church in Eden Prairie that's 2 miles down the road. My twin boys go to school there. So they're down directly below the gym. I'm super close with the pastor. He's like a dad to me. So we get access to the facility there. But it really depends. Andrew, I think, has a tendency, like most guys, to be a night owl. And so there's oftentimes text messages that'll come pretty late, and he's got kids too. If a kid gets sick or something's got to happen there, generally we'd go, around 11 or that can vary. Most of these guys want to get their workout done in the first half of the day so they can have the rest of the day to do their thing and hang with their kids. So he's typically a morning guy. But again, most of these guys are not like, they don't want to go at 6 a.m. There's a couple guys that I have that want to go super early, but he's just like middle of the morning. Let's get in. Let's get out. He is very business like. Let's get in. Let's get our workouts in. And then I got to go be a dad.
Sorry about that. We lost you a little bit when you were saying you might get a text at 11 p.m.
Yeah.
And then we heard you talk about the mid-morning.
Yeah. No, sorry. I got sketchy internet up in the sticks in northern Minnesota. No. Yeah. So he's a night owl. And so there's times where might push a workout back a little bit later. He's got kids and things like that. So.
But typically, it's mid-morning.
Yeah, typically mid-morning, and we get in and we get out. He's just like, let's get our work in, and then let's get out. There's no sense to drag this on. I got to go be a dad, and I love that.
Do you know what he does in terms of like strength training?
Yeah, I think. I mean, when he's been here in the past, I think he has a gym at his house. And would have somebody come to his house. Don't quote me on that. I'm not sure if that's completely accurate, but to be honest, I just leave him alone. I'm just like, hey, if you need something, like I got the guy that does our pre-draft workouts. He's worked with Vince Carter and Tracy McGrady and Larry Fitzgerald in the NFL. He's a legend. I'm like, if you need a guy, I can hook you up with a guy, but I'm not going to push someone on you. You just know that I'll be a resource if you need it.
Also, if what was I going to say? the workouts that you do with Wiggs, when it comes to the shooting, describe that process a little bit. Does he shoot? I saw him in a Warriors workout at practice where he did like make 25. I forget exactly how it went, but you do the 5 stations beyond the arc, and the goal was to hit 25. I'm not quite sure how many at each one, but do you know what his routine is like for that? I mean, we're getting nitpicky, but I just find it interesting, and there might be a kid out there that wants to end Wiggs's workout.
Well, he's a guy. Can you hear me all right? I just kind of lost it. Yeah. So he's a guy too that I like a lot of guys, they kind of want to mix it up. You have some of these guys like Steph, I think, has a specific routine, and this is what I do, and then I do this and I do this. For the most part, a lot of these guys, they just want to get reps up. And so we might just do spot shooting, and we got to make 10 at 7 spots, and we're going to stand there stationary and make 10 and then slide to the next spot. And then there's some days where we have different drills that you have to make 3 in a row from 5 spots, but you only have 25 total shots to get it. So if you make 2 and then miss 1, you're automatically going to be at least 6 for that spot. So it's like you got to make 3 in the corner, make 3 at the wing, make 3 at the top, make 3 at the wing, make 3 in the corner, but you got to make 3 in a row. And so we'll do stuff like that. That's more like, hey, we're going to get reps up, but we're going to challenge you a little bit to get consecutive makes. But I think they like switching that up, and I've done this long enough that we got enough drills to kind of keep things fresh for them, so we feel like we're competing and doing something. But then you get some guys that, hey, I like that drill we did yesterday. Let's do it again.
Cool stuff.
Yeah.
All right. So what do you think is going to be coming up for Wiggs this season? Just pretty much do what he does. Oh, actually, it occurred to me. I love shooting in different styles. So I did want to throw in one more question: has he always had this style, sort of this very you might call it nonchalant, but that's not the right word, but very relaxed release that's almost kind of like Larry Bird except in front, just has he always had that? And tell us more about kind of his release, if you know anything about it, just kind of the evolution, if any.
No, I think like most NBA guys, they do a really good job of being consistent, and their mechanics don't necessarily change. I think every really good shooter does something that a shooting coach would tell you not to do. Klay, there's a funny video of Klay a couple years ago explaining shooting and how you need space between the ball and your palm, and then Klay looks and he doesn't have any space, so he awkwardly adjusts the ball, right? Like he was teaching what he had been taught without recognizing that he did something. He had the ball in the palm and he's telling kids not to do it. And so it's about being able to be consistent, be able to replicate your shot, and do it again and do it again and do it again. And Andrew has kind of a nonchalant, I think, you use that phrase, like I think that's a good way of describing it, but he shoots it. He's pretty consistent in the way that he shoots it. And one of the things that is, I think, maybe a little unique is I think he's really loose in the wrist, which is good and provides a good flick. He gets good rotation on the ball. There's a video Slam was in the gym filming a workout a couple summers ago, and people don't look at him as like a knockdown shooter, but he'll consistently make 25 in a row from NBA 3 after an hour workout. I mean, it's crazy what some of these guys can do.
Exactly. And you can see it executed on the floor, in a playoff game. We saw it. We saw glimpses of that. So the last thing I did want to ask you about is just how do you see the future? Very open-ended question. How do you see the future of Wiggins this upcoming season? And we're going to have, we don't have to go to Japan to start out the season. So there's that. It just feels like a more normal off season. There's no championship parade hangover. There's not going to be a ring ceremony hangover. We won't talk about, the behind closed doors punching a guy. Pretty sure that's not going to happen again, So looking ahead to this upcoming season from the sort of the prism of Wiggins, what do you foresee?
No, I like the roster makeup. I'm interested to see how the Chris Paul thing's going to work out. I think you keep hearing the stuff about Draymond and it's such a big deal that he didn't sign his player option, but it's like, no, that was a formality. Like I sit here and the Woj will say that's a formality, and all these ESPN talking heads kept saying, oh my God, I can't believe that. It's just like, no, that's all media hype. Like they knew that this was coming. And I think like they're saying tonight on the draft, like he's worth the luxury tax payment. And to be honest, Jordan Poole was playing for a contract, and he got that contract. And it's just interesting because I don't know him. I like watching him play, but you could kind of tell there's a little bit of like, hey, I can score the ball. I can do these things too. And rightfully so, because he can. But you have a team that not only has Steph and Klay, but then you have like the ultimate alpha male in Draymond. And maybe that just doesn't fit. And that's just fine. Like that's just a part of the game and structuring a team. And I really like the roster. I think Wiggins fits with anyone because he doesn't need to be the alpha, and he'll tell you that. He just gets to show up and play his role. And if he's healthy and can defend, and Draymond can defend, and Chris Paul works, like I don't see why they can't win another title next year.
Yep.
And that's what we want to hear.
Yeah, I mean, I was happy with running it back, but just because if you look at, I mean, I often refer to this salary cap table right here, but it's a good, at least last season. Oftentimes, people always talk about the big three and everything. Well, Wiggins is right there too. And I just think it's so special that we have him. And he gave us a discount. And so to have these mainstays like that, Gary Payton, Kevon Looney, still this is an old table because Jordan Poole was only making 3.9, so he's way down there. But still, the way this is ordered, as luck would have it, I like the roster as well. And so add CP to the mix, but I really like it because Wiggins is that anchor in there.
Yep.
And I think we'll get back to one of the things I said was if it had to happen that Wiggins was going to miss all that time, let it all happen at once. So it did in that one season. Thank you. Like it felt like anomalies. So now it can get back to normal, and you're going to have one of those every 5 years type of thing. And just with any player, it's hard to find a guy that doesn't have some what do you call it, potholes in the road. So it's so good to have you on here because we rarely talk about Wiggins, and yet he's so important to the team, and you help us be reminded of that. So thank you so much for the reminder.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you having me on anytime, brother.
Yeah. And just like Wiggins, you're like available, when we have like a whatever 5-hour live stream we need to get through tonight because there's so much talk. And then there's going to be Dunleavy's going to take the podium out in San Francisco. So we've got to cover that a little bit, but I hit you up, you're available. You're just like Wiggins. It's like the whole vibe of you guys is pretty remarkable. So I appreciate that.
That's Minnesota nice. That's what we get made fun of for out here. Minnesota nice. No, but I love it. I'm happy to hop on. I love what you guys do to cover the Warriors, and you put out great content. So I'm happy to help.
All right. Appreciate you, man. All right. Reid OC. They can find you at I'll put it in the Reid OC. Boom. There's your handle. on Instagram. So be sure to follow him, and Twitter. It's the same.
It's Coach OC on Instagram, but Reid Ouse
I
on
messed that
Twitter.
up.
No, you're good.
Reid Ouse on Twitter, and on IG it's Coach
Coach.
OC. There you go.
Yep. Yep.
All right.
All right, brother.
Have a good one, and can't wait to hear it. And the next time we talk to you, you'll probably have done a workout with Wiggins at some point. So can't wait to hear about that. Appreciate you.
All right. Sounds good. Have a good night. Go Warriors.
Thank you. You too. All right. He's always been so generous with his time. Thank you, Nicole, for the heavy lifting in the background in terms of who's picking what, because it certainly helps me out. I can look there and see where we're at. We're at the 30th pick, Los Angeles Clippers. Let's take a look over here. And, let's see if Anthony wants to get back on. Actually, yeah, I'm sorry, Anthony. We're going to get Klay's trainer. Oh, man. I mean, this is just what we do, right? It's kind of a watch party. It's hard to just leave the draft when it's going on, and you never know when the Warriors will make a transaction. So just like Parth was asking earlier, can we do anything? I think we can buy a second-round pick. Not sure. I know that next year it becomes almost impossible to do that. So if we wanted to, we can, buy a second-round pick. Although the Lakers seem to have set the market price at $4 million earlier today in a deal with Washington. Do we want to pay $4 million for a second round? I don't know. We'll see. You've got to think that there's something in the pipeline as far as finding a backup for Looney. So that's my guess. I'm guessing there has to be something in the pipeline for backing up Looney. So we just backed up the void left by Dante. So if you can look at it in that light. And quite frankly, that makes more sense than drafting Cam Whitmore. Whitmore is definitely a future prospect type thing that his agent might have had some problems with playing time if we're not going to give a guy like Cam Whitmore playing time. But what do I know? What year was that 15 games win? 2020. Because 2019 was the loss to the Raptors. So we actually kind of did talk about Podziemski's defense. We don't know, but you'd assume that they have seen something. Let's see. All right. Oh, Kyle Guy. Yeah. Wow, that's a blast from the past. Kyle Guy. Then there was also Smiley. Mannion is right-handed, yeah. So why was Robbie bringing up the left-handed guy? And was it Kyle Guy? No, Kyle is right-handed. Oh, yeah, actually, Jasmine brings up a good point I forgot to mention way back, which is oh, by the way, are you going to read that CBA, Jasmine? CBA was also a factor, or the new CBA in the second apron. So the new CBA and the second apron was also a factor in the CP3 JP trade. Did they boo Adam at all? I would, just for on Draymond's behalf. You don't like Draymond. Anyways. Let's see. Because in terms of what Jasmine is saying here, and I put it back up there, CP3's non-guaranteed part next season will help out in actually extending Klay. So by getting CP3, getting rid of JP, we do have more flexibility with Klay now. Oh, excuse me. Oh man, don't talk about food. Spicy chicken wings, no, you're getting me hungry. Jeez, James is going ballistic, huh? That's when he got punched. The timing wasn't there. I need to be outraged. Man, James, I'm sending you a giveaway package that I've finally caught up to a year later. If I'm sending you a giveaway package, you got to promise me you're going to try and be happy. And don't be like all upset about all these, the trade and the draft pick. Doesn't sound like you are, though. All right, so Trace Jackson Davis hasn't been taken yet, right? I'd be interested to know if he does get taken. Let's look at round one more time. Yep. Still crazy to see this up there. We're going to have Klay's trainer on pretty soon. I am super tired, though. I think last year we had Dean on for a little bit, or we had somebody on. Who was it? Sorry, can't remember who it was. Appreciate whoever that was that came on and helped me rest while we had Klay's trainer on. I am going to need to do a restroom break. Oh, cool. Reagan Chavez. Can't wait till. I missed a lot of comments. Sorry, guys. Hope there was some good, background information that we had. Having those guys on here. Highlights for pods. Okay, cool. We got that. Thank you, Nicole. Don't worry, Lena. They play different positions. So I wouldn't worry about that. Where's Reagan? Reagan. Huh. There it is. I can't wait either. Hornets are killing it. Who do they get aside from Brandon Miller? Is there another one? Oh, Nick Smith. Yeah. Wow, Nick Smith fell to 27th. At least these picks will all be, what, 2 or 3 minutes? Let me make sure I sent the link. Cool, I did send the link. So I'm going to do a restroom break real quick. I'm so sorry. If you wanted me to answer a question in the comments, just type it in again. What's going to happen to Moody's and PBJ's minutes? They don't play the same position. Moody and PBJ do not play Dante's position, which is Pod's position. Pod is not a wing. He's a guard. It's not easy to find a clone of Looney up there. Yeah, Moody plays some guard. Okay. Moody does play some guard. But we'll figure it out, guys. Okay? Sheesh. Oh, man. Come from a position of abundance, not lack. We're going to kick some ass, guys. Come on. Look at this. You can't have everything. We already have Steph, Klay, Wiggs, Draymond, probably. Looney, GP2. We got a squad, man. Don't forget, we got a squad. Why though? Why are we going down that path? Oh man, King Kush. Man, now you've got 2 questions in a row that I've got to educate you on, but it's all good. How are we supposed to get lively? Trade JK? I don't think it's worth it. Keep JK. JK is going to be freaking awesome this season. All right. I'm going to do a restroom break. Let's see. Would you agree adding CP3? Yeah, I would. CP3 definitely gives us another dimension. All right, real quick restroom break, 30 seconds.
Thank you so much. It is already that time as we send it back to the podium and Mark Tatum. The second round is already live. With the 32nd pick in the 2023 NBA draft, the Indiana Pacers select Jalen Pickett from Penn State University. Jalen Pickett, it says Indiana, but he's actually on his way to the Detroit, the Denver Nuggets. He is
I'm back. Actually, that was 60 seconds, not 30. I actually kept the mental clock going. Okay. Isn't JK getting traded? No. No, there are no indications of that. The only thing was in Draft Express board, they mentioned interest in JK, but we don't see a deal happening. I actually wrote about it here on our website. The other one before this, right here, this talks about Kuminga in here. So the second article on letsgowarriors.com. So go check that out, and I'll just JK is talked about in here. Boom. Let's see. Pods has no defense. You don't know that. Man, dude, I'm playing defense on you. I just let's say something positive. Don't worry, he'll get minutes. Don't worry. JK will get minutes. He couldn't even crack the rotation and then explain him getting all conference at SC. Man, you guys really love slinging the negative. Like, oh, he couldn't do this, he couldn't do that. I'm all about lack. I'm all about lack. And meanwhile, I got to come back with all this positivity. Like it's just, how do you want to live your life? You know, do you want to always just be complaining, or what's up? Yeah, you're not in position to be on our channel right now. So need a backup for Wiggs? No, we don't. We need this. We need that. Do we have anything? Maybe need a backup for Looney. Are you happy with anything? Lord, man. That's why we have a tough time growing our audience here, because most of the audience out in the world is always complaining about something. Nerlens Noel, I mean, sure. Not to sound short, but we can throw out names all day. Nerlens Noel, what team does he play on? I can't remember, so remind me. Nerlens Noel. This is what you do, Lena. You go here, find out what team he's on. Sixers. Then you go to the Sixers salary cap table on Hoops Hype, and he better be a vet minimum. Otherwise, I'm timing you out. No, just kidding. I don't know what I'll do. I don't see him on there, so maybe he's not on anybody's team. He's not even in the NBA? Let's see. Brooklyn Nets. So then you go to Brooklyn Nets. If he makes $5 million, I'm timing you out. Okay, he's a minimum. Good. At least you got that part right. Yeah. Any big man out there that's a minimum, you could throw his name out there. And we just never know until you throw him out there in preseason and see how it works. So, you know, with all these, I got to say, with all these need a big man comments. Just make sure they have higher than usual IQ and can run the Kerr offense if necessary with Steph and Klay on the floor, and get them to catch and shoot. Let me turn on the light here. Anybody else in a terrible mood and want to call me names? Get it out of your system. Go ahead and reflect how bad your life is going on to me. Just get it out your system. And I can make sure that we don't have you on this channel ever again, so I don't have to deal with it next time, because I choose to live an abundant life. It's funny that I got to say this, but I choose to live an abundant life. I choose to be happy rather than mad. So I'm pretty happy with everything. I'm pretty happy with the roster that we have. I'm finding happiness with Brandon Podziemski. I want to roll the ball out and let's go play. Denver, bring it on. Sacramento, bring it on. Lakers, bring it on. Phoenix, bring it on. Boston, bring it on. Miami, bring it on. There's only really a handful of teams I'm worried about. So I'm just hiding people on the channel. Bye-bye. Good to know you, Chubbs Peterson. But if you think Kerr should be fired, this is not the channel for you. It just isn't. Like, we don't do that here. And all of us, there's 76 people on here. It's usually, the 1% of 1%. And we just... Robbie, where did the other tall guy who worked out with us? There's a lot of guys that worked out with us. So they're all like guys you never heard of. And usually the best that they get is a training camp invite. So I don't know. Time out some people here. If you throw a guy under the bus, you will probably get timed out. Not our culture here to do that. Even if it is Lamb. Yeah, we have proven it before. I mean, whoever we roll the ball out with is whoever I'm riding with. You can complain all you want as a fan. It's just like, gosh, why? We're the antithesis of Twitter. I'd rather spend my time with the 1% of 1% than the whole world that's on Twitter that's ready to throw somebody under the bus. I'm just not about that. All right, so don't draft TJD. Oh, okay. There is some good tape out there. I embedded it on our channel. Here's some footage of TJD. It's pretty good highlights. So yeah, I don't know, but maybe you saw some warts. We talk about that a lot on this live stream when we have when we're live streaming. Well, not live streaming games, but we're doing the what do you call it? Play-by-play or the watch party of games. Oh, let me hit up. If TJD could shoot past 6 feet, yeah. But actually, as I wrote in here, where did I write it? Oh, right above. NBA Draft Net founder thinks TJ can shoot, a desirable trait, even though he didn't need to shoot in the Big Ten. So there's that. But I haven't watched any tape other than this highlight reel, which I understand is a highlight reel. So I get it. I get it if there are some warts. You know, we talked about, I probably have talked the most about Steph Curry's warts, which are throwing the ball away 3 times late in the game against Orlando in that dreadful 0-5 road trip. So, you know, everybody's got warts. TJD wasn't destined to be a first-round pick. So who else is out there, you know? Maybe we'll get Kevin Love. Maybe we'll get a big man. Just got to let it play out. But we'll see. Even if Dunleavy got no more big men, and we just had to roll the ball out there against the next team on the schedule, you know I'd be right here thinking that we could win that game anyway. We got enough. We're stacked, man. How's other people going to guard us? And we've got DPOY, and Looney's pretty darn good on defense. And by the way, John Kuminga's pretty darn good on defense, and Moody's okay on defense, but Kuminga's, you know, can be a ball stopper on defense in terms of covering like a Luka Doncic. You know, I just think we had to go and play the Lakers tomorrow. I like our chances. I do. Steph playing all this golf? Nah, that doesn't bother him. Didn't you hear he went and hit 60 shots in a row? He hadn't touched the ball for weeks, and he goes and hits 60 shots in a row, man. Oh, gosh. I think I'm just going to let those comments go. Yeah, Steph went 60 straight. It's NBC Sports Bay Area definitely aggregated it, so you can look at there. I'm not going to put the link up there because I don't do the job of, I should get paid if I put their link up there. Give me a percentage. So you can go look at that. But it was actually forgot where I saw it, but it was more of an unknown type tweet that quoted it. Brandon Payne was on a podcast and said that that's what happened when Steph hadn't touched the ball for 4 weeks. He's at Stanford, which I live right by Stanford now. And he hits 60 shots in a row, and Scoot Henderson's eyes were like bulging, and he had to keep reminding him that this isn't normal. So don't think that Steph does this every single day. And there's proof. If you go to our YouTube channel, let's go YouTube channel, youtube.com, Let's Go Warriors, go to playlists, sort by, Well, then you got to do a find on Steph Curry workout. No, Curry workout? I don't know. Begins with Curry. I guess it doesn't search. Oh, man. Well, down here, you got to find the Steph Curry workout one. Just got to keep scrolling until you find the Steph Curry workout. That's why I didn't find it, because this sucks. I got to forcibly order this crap. I got to remember to do that at some point. Steve Nash. That's a shame that I don't have the workouts. Here it is. Steph Curry off-season workouts. There's one with in-season workouts. Amazing Steph Curry displays. He doesn't always make 60 in a row. You take it for granted sometimes. Dude, I have no idea what happened to it. I'm going to have to reorganize this damn playlist, because when you have tons of playlists, YouTube doesn't really allow you to put it in the right way. Like, why would I want Japan games up here in any sort? It sucks. Looney workouts. Somewhere is a Steph workouts. Steph Curry workouts. So I don't know where to find it. But somewhere, we even have Bielitsa workouts and Q&As and stuff. Moody. Why would Steph? Oh, here we go. Steph workouts in season. And, not all of them are him hitting shot after shot. I've had videos of him missing shot after shot. But anyways, I got to figure out what to do about that. Talking to the fans. Oh, cool. BP. Yeah, good idea. BP pods. Ty Jerome workouts. Yeah, somewhere in here. Oh, we got to get out of Steph. So far I've listed it. It's under two-way, and it's under two-way or G League guys. Maybe it's in here. Don't know. Oh, that playlist is short. Nope, not in that one. It's a mess. Man, I got to figure out how to organize these playlists better. Well, I used to be the one filming them, so I would need all these categories. Now I can probably put them all in a workout one. I think I have too many categories. That's the problem. Somewhere we have two-way and G League guys in their workouts. I don't think I have Ty Jerome, though. Sorry to say. Specifically, he's bunched in with whatever, Lester Quinones, and I probably don't even have any of his. So I'm going to say no. I don't have Ty Jerome. Good Lord, guys. I don't like that word. It's not cool to call things dumb, call people dumb. All right. Myles Turner doesn't really fit salary-wise right now. He is going to make, so you go to Hoops Hype, you go to Indiana salary cap table, $20 million. We don't really, who are we going to trade to get Myles Turner? Why would Indiana? That's one of the things King Kush, I got to call you out on this, is like, why would the other team do this? Like, why would Indiana want to get rid of Myles Turner? They play a certain style, more traditional style. Turner fits well in their system. Probably is pretty affordable for them at 20 because they don't have any superstars making more. Who would they want? When you talk about Jordan Poole, I mean, well, no more what ifs. We're done. He's going to be traded for CP. So that's done. Let's move ahead. So if you're going to bring up Myles Turner, you got to make it a doable deal right now. That's not doable. We don't have anybody to trade. You want to trade Wiggins? That doesn't make sense. Never happening. Klay, Steph, never happening. So why bother talking about it? There's no need to talk about Myles Turner. We transactionally cannot acquire him. Okay. What's going on right now?
For the 39th pick in the 2023 NBA draft, the Charlotte Hornets select Mohamed Gui from Dakar, Senegal, and Washington State University.
Mohamed Gui, who led the Pac-12 with 15 double-doubles last season, here in the building, sharing this moment with his friends and family who have waited with him to hear his name called.
Hold on.
Go down to shake hands with Deputy Commissioner.
Oh, we're gonna get Klay. We're gonna get Klay's trainer on right now. Copy link. There we go. Cool. We should get Klay's trainer on pretty soon. Oh, we got a lot of comments that just rolled in. Oh gosh, where are we at? And King Kush, should I even bother? Man, it's just like, I feel like you're a hater on Twitter, just complaining all the time again. Losing patience on that. But I'm going to say this and end it with this. I could throw that right back at you. Did you watch the finals where we won a championship without a big man? So I could throw that right back at you. And I am going to throw that back at you. So I'm getting tired of our exchange because it's not going anywhere. So, I mean, you bring up good points, but they're all from a complainy attitude wise. So, I mean, how are we going to stop Embiid, let alone Jokic, right? Oh no, we're never going to stop Embiid. We're doomed. Like, you come from a position of lack. I come from a position of abundance, and it's a waste of time. Meanwhile, we're going to get Klay's trainer on here. That's way more fun than talking to you. So Bruce, go ahead and do what's the right thing if needed. And sometimes we just end up talking amongst ourselves. We're right back to square one where we're the 1% of 1%. And it's just me, Bruce, Dean, Nicole, et cetera, et cetera. Anthony, Dean, the other Dean. We got Charlie. Charlie.
How's it going?
Great. How are you?
I'm good. I'm in Phoenix.
Whoa. What you there for?
Coaching high school.
Right. You coach for which high school is it called again?
It's a prep school. It's called Veritas.
Veritas, exactly.
Yeah.
So Charlie chimes in at the 3-hour 49 mark. Jeez.
You've been doing it.
Yeah, and I haven't had help other than my guy Anthony, because the other guy, my other co-host, is working right now. But
Oh, man, I'm
thanks for
sorry.
coming on board. Oh,
Yeah,
no
no
worries.
worries. Yeah,
That's why we have you.
yeah.
Coming on board is to carry this thing. So you're gonna carry us for a little bit. I'm just kidding. Let's talk draft. What do you know? And you don't have to know anything about this Brandon Podziemski. Do you have any insights?
Is that the kid that went to Santa Clara?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, very talented lefty. Kind of do it all. I think he went to Illinois the first year or first couple years, right?
Yep.
I think he transferred to Santa Clara. Yeah, I mean, great staff. I mean, I know Jason Ludwig at Santa Clara, so they're doing a lot of really good stuff with you know, kind of developing. And
Who is that at Santa Clara?
Jason Ludwig. He's the associate head coach.
Okay, great.
Yeah, and then you know, he was involved with Jalen Williams a lot. So yeah, I mean, they got. I mean, man, I think that's back-to-back drafts. They got some guys in here. So
prior to that, somebody, I think the Warriors retweeted Santa Clara, or somebody did, and it was like the last time they had a guy in the draft before Jalen was Steve Nash.
Yeah,
so it's been a while.
yeah, a little.
Two in a row.
Yeah, so they're kind of moving in the right direction. Obviously, like, they're in a tough league with Gonzaga, so you got to get like 2 draft picks in one class to kind of compete with them. So yeah, but he's very talented. I watched a lot of film on him probably around December, January. I was looking at a lot of his stuff just randomly. But
cool.
Yeah, can shoot it a little bit, can play in the ball screen. Got decent size. Like, he's got a lot of tools, obviously, you know.
What do you think of his defense?
Defense is always interesting because you know, there's so much space out there. And like, traditionally, like, what you've kind of been doing your entire you know, like AAU, high school, college, like, what you were doing, the court was so much smaller. Now it's so far spaced. So there's all kinds of principles that you're kind of fighting, that you've been learning your whole life, that have kind of been ingrained in you, and now you're kind of like throwing them out. Not necessarily throwing them out, but you're just doing different stuff. You know, I think one of the things about college is they've adopted the FIBA line, so it's a little further out. Which is great. I think it's good.
Yeah.
It kind of shows you, like, the guys that are gonna struggle with the distance from the NBA line, and then the guys that are gonna struggle with playing at that kind of pace and space. Like, you know, a lot of NBA people kind of talk about pace and space, and then you know, 0.5 decision making. You know, can you make a quick decision on a catch? So with the spacing being a little bit further out, it's kind of like separating the boys from the men, and it's making it easier to kind of scout. I think, like, scouting is getting better as the college game has had more spacing. But the thing, you just like, the separator is like, man, are you going to be able to understand that, like, I'd rather have Klay shoot this than my wide open catch and shoot, or I'd rather have Steph shoot this than my wide open catch and shoot, because I'm playing spot minutes and I've only touched the ball like twice in the past 4 possessions. So my rhythm is a little bit different than the same rhythm that Steph and Klay have and other guys. You know, Wiggins. So it's different. That's the hardest part, honestly. You know, it's, if you're going to a team that's not as established, it's easier to kind of like make things happen because they need you to make things happen. You know, like Houston, Oklahoma City, those kind of places. But if you're going to, like, you know, Phoenix, Golden State or, Denver, it's like, man, like, yeah, I probably want to have someone else shoot this than myself because I don't really have the rhythm yet. I just came in off the bench. I'm there for energy and effort,
I have a feeling Podziemski gets that. He's out there very excited joining Steph and Klay.
Yeah.
He's on the interview couch with ESPN, and his dad is saying, comes from a military schooling, and it's like he's gonna fall in line type of thing. So giving hints that Podziemski really can get it. Do you happen to know what they call Podziemski for short? Is it just Pods? Can we get away with, the one syllable on the court that we usually do? Do you know?
I don't really know. Yeah, I could text Jason and kind of get something. I'm sure they have something over there at Santa Clara.
Oh yeah, let me know.
Yeah,
that'd be cool to kind of know that.
Yeah, I was actually gonna text him.
That's nuts that you actually know him on that level. That's pretty cool. So we were able to really get some good insight from you. So I appreciate that.
Yeah. Ludwig, I kind of grew up with him, like playing against him. He's a year older than me. So, and then the prep school I coach at, even though Jason is the co-founder of the Latin Coaches Association for basketball. So,
okay.
I'm always in his stuff, and but yeah. So I talk to him all the time. He's very connected with the prep school that I coach at. Like his mentor is the director of the program that I'm at. So we're very, very close.
That's great. And it's always, you'd be amazed. Like I've always said throughout my whole life that, especially on the Asian circuit. Nope. We lost Charlie for a little bit there.
I'm sorry. Right. I cut out that.
There you go. Well, you know that Charlie knows a lot of Korean ballers in LA who I've crossed paths with as well. So I've always known, just playing, what I call Asian basketball up here in the Bay.
Oh yeah.
That basketball is just like this secret, not so secret, but it's just like this connector. Somehow people are connected through just very small degrees, just through basketball, and it's amazing. So just the love of the game. So it's no surprise. It's a really good thing that you happen to be connected with the guy who coached Podziemski.
Yeah.
Also not a surprise. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, I think that's why I was so drawn to hoop. I was kind of late to the game, but I was so drawn to it just because of the relationship and the different, kind of demographics, I guess, like that you end up, being really tied in with, playing in the Asian League with I played with a lot of Korean and a lot of Filipinos, and it's family. Like I'm invited to all the family stuff. It's one big, and they're always trying to feed you. And my barber in college is Korean. I'm working with HJ that was on the Santa Cruz team.
Oh
So,
yeah. Is it Hyung
Yeah.
Lee?
Hyunjin Lee. Yep.
That's right.
Yeah.
So you have a direct Santa Cruz Warriors tie right there. What's
Yeah.
the thinking along those lines? Is he going to play for Santa Cruz again?
I'm not sure. I think he actually has a contract in Australia that he just signed. He just signed yesterday.
Okay.
But there's an
Big
NBA.
news.
Yeah, there's an NBA opt out. So like if an NBA team wants to pick him up, like they'll let him leave.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah.
Does that include two-way or G League? I guess you could I'm guessing you can make more in Australia. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. And he's actually, because he's Asian, like he's considered like he's not considered an import. He's considered like an Asiatic. Um, but yeah, so I think he's doing summer league with the Sixers. So
Oh, cool.
yeah,
Okay.
don't necessarily think he'll be back with Santa Cruz.
Yeah,
But
that's not a lot of people know. It's like just very free agent centric,
yes, yeah,
unless you're two-way. It's really open. You
Yep.
could end up anywhere. Whoever wants you. Everyone's a free agent in the G League other than the two-ways.
yep. And
Um,
he's a Davidson guy and
mhm.
an Under Armour guy too, so he's got a lot of ties to Steph.
I've been following him on Instagram. It's like he has a deal with Under Armour and like
He does. Yeah,
really
he has a
popular
big
in
Under.
Korea.
Yeah, he's huge. He's gonna
Yeah.
be their. If someone's gonna make it to the league from Korea, like it's gonna be him.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hold on a sec.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, lost him real quick.
Coming right back. Hang on.
Yeah, no worries.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, we're here we're just like sort of grassroots basketball. We just focus on the content rather than the production.
No, it's all good. I'm in the middle of getting my team their dinner for tonight, Rich. So I might have to leave.
Yeah, no problem. So real quick,
Yep.
when are you going to see Klay? Did you go on his boat trip? And what's up next for Klay as well? What are you going to work on in the summer?
I mean, we've talked about it a little bit. Probably within the next couple weeks, we'll see. I was supposed to get dinner with him this week, but I ended up having to come out here and do this thing with the school. But we're definitely gonna get something to eat this coming week and just kind of like, kind of go through that. But yeah, I mean, some ball handling. We're gonna go back to the post stuff, and then interior, like his floater's got to be at a higher level. I mean, he had a little kind of a bad little streak with that. But yeah, man, I think I'm excited. Anytime these guys are underdogs, it's a fire lit under them. So I think that's exciting for going into this off season.
Also, was it last season he didn't play pickup because of just the mental hurdle of doing that? And obviously that this season, this off season, I mean.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just going to kind of be up to him. I mean, we definitely want to. I definitely want to get him to play some ones and do kind of stuff like that. But if he doesn't want to play fives, that's up to him. I mean, even when things happen with his Achilles, like it was a no contact thing, so it was, it's like that's just some fluky stuff. But yeah, this summer's gonna go fast like it always does. By the time I take a blink, it's gonna be September, and it's gonna be, we're gonna be right in the thick of it. So,
how often would you be working out with them like during the week? Is it pretty much 5 days a week type thing?
Yeah, it's somewhere between 4 to 6 days. Yeah, just depends. Sometimes there's different things that come up, demands that he's got to do.
Yeah,
as far as ANTA or some sort of thing like that.
Next week he's got to go golf on TV. Have you talked to him about that? Is he worried about that?
Well, he's been playing a lot since he's been off. So I think like last week he said he had one of his best front nines, I think, in a while.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
keep it up.
Yeah, that's gonna be exciting.
Do you think there's sort of a crossover from basketball on that? Because, you know, I mean, we've been there just playing rec ball where your teammate's hot, so you feel confident. Now you're hot.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
do you think that might translate to the golf course?
It definitely does. I mean, like those guys, you know, you get in the zone. I mean, you know what it feels like. Like I feel it when I play pool. Like if I'm out there and I, you know, I can get my first three balls in, it just, I'm like, oh, okay. I'm a little more confident
Great
now.
analogy. You know,
so
I'm actually pretty good myself.
Are you really?
But I
Nice.
haven't played in like a decade, but I used to be good. And so you're right. Yeah, it does feel like that. Like you're just on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like all the angles are there and
Yeah,
you're confident. So you're doing the draws with no problem.
Yeah. and all your balls are just kind of aligning in the right the easiest order to kind of like knock the next one in, you know what I mean? Like they're just kind of like cueing the right way.
That zone. I think that's a great analogy with pool because I think in basketball, you think about it, it's an exact analogy because you're thinking ahead to the next shot. In pool, you have to. And I was going to say, in basketball, you kind of are thinking ahead to the next shot.
Yeah. Yep.
Even you're kind of envisioning yourself already shooting it, even though it's subconscious, I think. So I love that he brought up pool. What a cool analogy.
Yeah. All good. Rich, I'm sorry, man. I got to go.
Good luck on your tournament.
Awesome. Thanks. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. We love Klay. Make sure he knows that. Cool. It's always great to have somebody connected with Klay on here. It's just insane. Doesn't sound like he went on that boat trip with him. Did you guys see on Klay's Instagram where mapped out the whole coast of he was freaking Ponce de Leon mapping out the coast of California, naming islands after people. I don't know. Absolute steal at 44. City Sissoko. Hey, we actually talked about him in my article. Where are we in the draft, people? Let's see. We didn't buy into the second round yet. TJD get taken? TJD is still available. Maybe he'll go undrafted and we'll pick him up. That would be cool. I'd hate to have to pay $4 million for a second round pick. Of course, it probably wouldn't be $4 million way down here. Ryan Rollins was $2 million and he was like 44. So as of the 4-hour mark, TJD still hasn't been taken. Do we buy into second round pick? Do we sign him as a training camp free agent on the 46th pick? Yeah, Atlanta Hawks. Sources. Parth has sources. No, it's coming from Shams, I guess. Let's see. Klay Thompson. Good stuff on Klay. Too bad we couldn't have Charlie on here later, but we're lucky to just get him at all. Oh, that reminds me. Let me check Draymond's okay. Oops, I forgot to reply to Travis. Travis was asking me what I thought about the trade. Tell Klay we love him. Might not have time for that. Charlie's got a lot of things on his plate right now. We need to get some younger guys. Are you crazy? Oh, man. It's clear that we're going after some older guys. I think we need some vets to fill out. Whether it's, I'll run it back with J. Mike. I don't mind. Iguodala, is he going to retire? Luckily, the Ryan Rollins spot is now open. We can sign a veteran, be it Kevin Love. I don't know. It should be interesting as these fill out. You'd figure Lester will get a two-way. Ty Jerome. You know, you could run it back with these three guys, but it probably won't happen. And there's a lot of things that happen. They get their own offers elsewhere, as did Juan Toscano Anderson, for example. So we don't know, and it's hard to track all that stuff. So whoever they end up with is wherever they end up. So yeah, as far as the guests, I think we've established now that we can have these guys back year after year, because we had Doc for 2 straight years. We had Charlie for 2 straight years. We had Reid for 2 straight years. Travis is traveling right now. So he said he was on a plane while the draft is happening. I don't know if he's going on a multi-hour flight or what. But Travis is unavailable right now. And Brandon Payne seems to be pretty busy these days. So let me check. Washington Wizards got a Serbian pick. Oh, yeah. Vukovic. Let's see if the Warriors have sent out anything yet. No. Oh, and we better check Twitter. Ryan Rupert selected 43rd. Eric G really liked Rupert a while ago. He's been following him because he's French. Also Sissoko. Slater now has his podcast out with Kawakami. And I did not show that in the background for you guys. So I'm looking at this right now. Sorry. Trying to see if there's any other. Let's look at the Warriors. The Warriors beat writers. Yeah, here's Podziemski. We could run this.
It's your newest Golden State Warrior, Brandon Podziemski. I'm so excited to get back out to the Bay.
Podziemski, not Podziemski.
You know, it's already my home. I can't wait to contribute in any way possible to the organization. I look forward to winning the championship this year, 2024 Golden State Warrior NBA champs. I'm ready. Go Dubs.
Cool. So that's a 4-12. Podziemski. That's out Dub Nation. That was probably from the Warriors that CJ Holmes embedded in his tweets. Warriors roster. JP2 Moody. Yeah, it's pretty deep. Of course, you'd like to have a backup big man just in case. So there's that. They'll work on it. The Milwaukee Factory from Patrick Baldwin. That's a cool tweet to save on Discord for me later. Throw that in there. So far, doesn't look like anybody's spoken. Oh, here it is. Podziemski, perfect fit. That was an hour ago, so that must have been ESPN. Podziemski tells reporters at the NBA draft he thinks he can be a triple-double guy. Wow. Let's look for that on Twitter. Search Podziemski videos. Curry and Chris Paul have mended things. Okay. Come on, man. Like, just because Steph goes, this ain't 2014 on the basketball court doesn't mean you can't be cool off the court and then come together when you're supposed to be on the court. Like, just go play some Asian basketball and tournaments out there. Like, we all get along, man. We don't got no beef with nobody. It's like, this is just so overblown. God, media and fans, they just love drama. They want you to have drama. When me and the rest of the Asian leagues and Asian tournaments, 99.9%, we're all cool with. Like, there's no reason to have bad blood with somebody. If it is, you know what it is usually? Like girls. You dating my ex, this, that, and the other thing, bro code type stuff. Other than that, there's nothing. Come on. Oh my gosh. Here, 6 hours ago, Podziemski said that Jalen Williams is the most famous person in his contacts. Wait, is it Jalen or Jalen? I forget. Oh, Jalen. Yeah. Jalen Williams went to Arkansas. Let me make sure. Arkansas, yeah. So I personally like Jalen better, even though Jalen is a baller. They're both ballers. So it's Jalen. I gotta fix that in the notes. Jalen. '48th pick. Is there anything else? Swish Cultures has highlights, of course. The moment Brandon Podziemski became a Warrior. I'm going to be up late trying to catch up on all this stuff. Already 9:17 p.m. Strength and weaknesses from Slater. Who did this? NBA Draft Scouting Report. Impressed the Warriors front office during a late May group workout. You guys are seeing this, right? Okay. We'll take the next week. Oh, thank you, Parth, for the info. Yeah, I guess no veteran showed up yet, so I don't know. Whatever. We'll see what happens with Dame. He's officially a Miami Heat now. I guess that's where you want to go, where you want him to go. I mean, that's the rumor. And Nicole's husband is rooting for that. All right, Nicole, thanks for all the help tonight. Appreciate it. Thank you, Parth, as well, for the work in the comments. Yeah, I get it. Imani Bates at 49. Interesting. Yeah, that's a good flyer to take. Used to be a lottery pick when he was like a sophomore in high school. Number one high school player as a sophomore. But that's ancient history by now. Don't think Dante's likely to return. I think the pick of Podziemski suggests that Dante's not coming back. So, yeah, I would agree with you on that. What else is in the comments? Let's go back here. Oh, I wanted to check out more video. Oh, there's plenty of good video on Podziemski. Do a little compilation later. Oh, cool. Raining threes like this before 9 a.m. Nice. This is what we want to see. How many in a row is that? Let's do that over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Damn. Oh, 6 in a row. That's it. 7 for 8. 7 for 9. 8 for 10. So 419 more. That's at the NBPA gym. I've been there before a couple times. Jack Benjamin. Wait a minute. Why did I have both of these? Oh, Frank Bodani. So it came from this guy. Who is this guy? Penn State? Oh, New York Day from the York Daily Record. Interesting. What's it like to be the 8th pick? Brandon Miller was selected 2nd overall. Wonder who he's covering. Just happens to be there. Who is this guy? He's got such random stuff. Obviously, Penn State right there. Interesting. Oh, I just realized that it's 11:30 p.m. where Anthony is. So a lot of highlights. A lot of little highlight videos you can watch. FaceTime with Jalen Williams. Strong pre-draft from Jonathan Givoni. And that was 6 days ago. Private workouts where one exec described him as a mean MFer. Cool. From Draft Express. Draft Express sourced quote from an NBA exec, Podziemski. Mean MFer. Cool. That's the kind of dog we want. It's funny how the angle of this is so high. I remember watching Jeremy Lin college highlights. Sometimes the angle of the game film is like super high, third deck, really weird. So now we're getting into more older content here. So still waiting around for his interview. We'll come back to that. Okay. Okay, nothing new from the Warriors beat writers. So they're all stuck at Chase Center right now, waiting for the next thing to happen, which is probably Dunleavy taking the podium, which I don't know if we'll be able to run here. It might be on 95.7. I'm not sure. Yep. 57th and 58th picks were forfeited due to the tampering by I forget who. Let's see. All right, cool. Yeah, there's the quote from Podziemski. Oh, that I still have on here. Does Dante stay? You assume yes? We'll see. Yeah, well, actually, Nicole's already gone off to get some sleep, but yeah, Dray and CP on the podcast with Draymond would be quite a thing. All right. Yeah. Can't give Dante that much. I read some articles where they're how should I say this? Where reputable NBA journalists are thinking Dante can fetch the non-taxpayer MLE at $12 million, which is a huge chunk of change. Okay, so we've got 8 more picks to go, then we'll play it by ear whether or not we'll be able to put Dunleavy on this stream or not. How would we figure that out? Let's see. Got to make sure to follow Brandon Podziemski on Twitter. Oops. All right. What's we gonna do? Oh, I was gonna follow Brandon Podziemski. Let's all give him a follow. 7,000 followers. About to hit 5 figures now that you're a Warrior. Follow him on Insta. Just follow him here. IAB _pods. That makes no sense to me. Why would you choose that? Interesting. Oh, there's a lot to catch up on. Jalen Wilson, Kansas, 6'8". Hey, they just mentioned Kenny Atkinson. Oh boy, it's getting late. That's all good. Now we're talking LeBron and the Warriors. Who will replace Jama? Yeah, true. Man, it took a while for Cholo's comment to show up on StreamYard. Yep. I'm sure they got a whole list of coaches that could come to the Warriors. At least we got rid of the haters. So we're just cruising with our, level-headed frame of mind. We only got 6 more picks left. I'm glad they forfeited the last 2, or the 57th and 58th, so that we'd only have 58. I forget what that was all about. Was that the Malcolm Brogdon one? I forget. Let's just look it up. Go here. Forfeited picks. Oh, yeah, Sixers and Bulls. Who was that for? Oh, here it is. No, I don't want to go to SB Nation. Let's see. Real GM, be good. Here we go. The Athletic. Oh, PJ Tucker and Daniel House. Oh, man. The Sixers fully cooperated. Wait a minute. So who else? So that's the Sixers. All right, I'll click on Sporting News. They get my click. Oh, they're not going to get any more future clicks if it's like this. What happened? The Bulls. Oh, Lonzo Ball. Wow. The Heat also lost a pick at the time after acquired Kyle Lowry. Huh. Oh, Philly is going to lose it next year, too. Only going to be 59 of them next year. Hope Lonzo Ball gets healthy. Yep. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. TJD or whatever they want to do with the backup role to Looney. You know, there's the Ryan Rollins spot, Andre Iguodala spot, JaMychal Green. How come I can't type lemonade? Brandon and Patrick were AAU teammates. That's good to know. Another Milwaukee guy. Lost a Milwaukee guy, but we gained a Milwaukee guy. Why doesn't lemonade come up when I hit app? That's strange. All right, let's check Twitter and make sure that nothing's happening. Man, wonder what's going on over at Chase Center right now. If they're waiting and waiting for Dunleavy to take the podium. And I don't have any guarantees that we can do that either. So we'll just have to see. One thing I can do is try to search on that. Let's see. There we go. Oops. Search. Let's see. Nothing. Okay. All right, I think I might call it a night now. Check something. I think we're going to call it a night, guys. Let me check something. Okay. Anything else you guys want to talk about? Because if not, I've run out of things. All right. We made it, though. Thanks, everybody. Next live. What should we do? Don't know. Something next week. Let's see. Definitely. What is July 3rd? Monday? Yeah, definitely Monday. 7-3 for Sacramento Summer League. All right. We'll try and split the difference. Maybe Wednesday do something. I don't know. We'll see. So everybody, Justice 123. Thank you all. Once again. Thank you, Anthony, Dean, who can make it, Charlie, Reid, OC, Doc Martin. Just another good night of coming together for this stuff. We got CP3. The CP3 era has begun. So very interesting stuff. All right, Justice 123, 321. Bye-bye. We'll see you soon.